All right. Looks like we're live.
Today, I will analyze the case of Emmanuel Aranda. First, I'll look at the background of this case, move to the timeline of the crime, then offer my analysis. Emmanuel Deshawn Aranda was born on August 23, 1994, in Chicago, Illinois. He lived with his mother, Becky, and an older sister. At some point, he moved to Minneapolis, Minnesota, where he was homeless much of the time. In August 2014, Emmanuel visited a restaurant called Golden Nugget Pancake House. When an employee tried to call the police about his bill, Emmanuel beat the worker with a telephone. He then pulled a knife on a bystander who attempted to intervene to help the worker. Emmanuel was arrested and charged with aggravated assault with a deadly weapon. He pleaded guilty, but only received 18 months of probation. In July 2015, Emmanuel visited the Mall of America in Bloomington, Minnesota.
Did you see Farm Transparency Project supports Palestine? Yeah. These people are just retarded loser cowards.
I promise.
This 5.6 million square foot shopping mall is the largest in the United States. After making his way to an upper level, he threw objects over the railing and destroyed merchandise at a beauty display below. Emmanuel was arrested on 3 misdemeanor charges: property damage, disorderly conduct, and interfering with a peace officer. Less than 4 months later, he returned to the mall, even though he had been banned. Emmanuel approached a woman who was waiting outside a restaurant and asked her to buy something for him. The woman responded by laughing and indicated that she would not comply. When the woman entered the restaurant and sat at a table, Emmanuel followed her and sat at a nearby table. He continued asking her to buy something for him or to give him money. This prompted restaurant staff to intervene. Emmanuel reacted by throwing a glass of water and a glass of tea at the woman. Apparently, he modeled his courtship technique after a malfunctioning beverage dispenser. Later, he was arrested and convicted of 5th-degree assault, trespass, and interfering with a police officer. Emmanuel received a sentence of 30 days in a workhouse and...
Dude. Why are all these, like, clearly fucking insane, unhinged repeat offenders just getting let out? And then he ended up fucking killing somebody. Farm Transparency Project even has comments deactivated so no one can criticize them on their posts. Lol. Fucking losers. Yeah, these organizations are mostly run by, like, fucking feminists and shit. So, what do you expect? They're gonna be fucking retards. Vegan runner from space. I'm doing good today.
was ordered to receive a mental health evaluation. The court also ordered him not to return to the Mall of America, although this ban was not permanent. In August 2015, Emmanuel paid a visit to the Sumner Library in Minneapolis and smashed 5 computers. When the police arrived, he told them that he broke the computers after reading something on Facebook and becoming angry. Maybe Emmanuel took the term breaking news literally. He also told the police that he had anger issues but it did not happen all the time. Emmanuel was arrested and banned from the library for 1 year. During the next month, September 2015, he returned to the
Yeah, he's clearly an unhinged repeat offender. Just keep him in jail.
library. There, Emmanuel harassed a female employee by asking her on a date. From her car in the parking lot, the woman called the police. Emmanuel told officers that he was stalking the woman and he knew where she lived. His case was handled through mental health court. He was released from custody 6 months later and placed on probation. In addition to these offenses, Emmanuel had other negative contacts with law enforcement. For example, he had a felony conviction for first-degree damage to property. A warrant was issued for his arrest for a 2017 assault case. Emmanuel had been arrested 6 times for riding public transport without paying, and in the state of Illinois, he had been arrested for assault, theft, and property damage. Now moving to the timeline of the crime. On April 12, 2019, at about 10:17 a.m., the police received a call about a child being thrown off a third-floor balcony at the Mall of America in Bloomington, Minnesota. When they arrived at the scene,
What are your current PC specs, bro?
I've got an RTX 4090. What fucking processor do I even have? Oh yeah, Intel. $13900K, 32 gigs of RAM, and yeah, that basically covers it. Thanks for the donation, Justin. Appreciate it. Hey Vince, what's up?
they found 5-year-old Landon Hoffman severely injured on the first floor near the Michael Kors store. He had head trauma and multiple bone fractures, including in his arms and legs.
Yeah, I streamed earlier today. I did a workout stream in the morning.
He was transported to Children's Hospital in Minneapolis, where he was listed in critical condition. Here is what the police found during the course of their investigation. Emmanuel Aranda had been in the mall that day. He had been banned from the mall on prior occasions, as I mentioned, but the ban was not in place at this time. He was technically allowed to be there. Emmanuel was captured on video surveillance on the third floor outside the Rainforest Cafe. He approached the balcony several times. Landon Hoffman was at the mall that day with his mother, Carrie. They had met up with one of Landon's friends and the friend's mother to visit the Crayola Experience in the mall. This is a family attraction designed to provide hours of hands-on creative play for children. The four individuals had been on the third floor of the mall, outside the Rainforest Cafe, when Emmanuel approached Landon and his friend and whispered to them. They were not familiar with him. He was a stranger. At first, Carrie thought that he might be an employee. She asked him if they needed to move. Emmanuel responded no. He was smiling during this interaction. Without any warning, Emmanuel grabbed Landon, picked him up, and threw him off the third-floor balcony. Carrie and other witnesses watched in horror as Landon fell 39 feet to the first floor. Emmanuel ran from the scene. One of the witnesses tried to stop him, but Emmanuel pushed him against a wall and continued to run. The police were able to find Emmanuel not long after the attack. He was at the Mall of America.
Well, are they going to give him like 30 days in prison for that again and then let him out and do it again?
A transit station waiting to depart on the light rail train. When officers placed him under arrest, Emmanuel remained calm and did not ask them any questions. He did not appear to be surprised. almost like he knew why he was being arrested. Several witnesses identified Emanuel as the person who threw Landon off the balcony. The police interviewed Emanuel. Here's what he told them. He admitted that he was the perpetrator who attacked Landon. One day earlier, on April 11, 2019, Emanuel developed a plan to kill somebody at the Mall of America. He had stopped by the mall looking for a victim, but it did not work out.
No, I had a power outage. That's why I am streaming late. Power was out for a few hours, and so I just decided to take a nap, and then I woke up, the power was on. Actually, my laptop turned back on once the power went on, so that woke me up.
He left without perpetrating an attack and returned to the mall on April 12 to complete his mission. His original plan was to kill an adult because he believed that adults often stood near the balcony, but he selected the boy instead. Emanuel indicated that he had been visiting the Mall of America for several years. He made repeated efforts to talk to women in the mall, but they all rejected him. These rejections caused him to be aggressive and to lash out. He mentioned how he had been thrown out of the mall after the incident where he threw the water and the tea at a woman in a restaurant. Referring to the attack on Landon, Emanuel told the police that he was aware that his behavior was wrong. 3 days after the attack, on April 15, 2019, Emanuel was charged with attempted murder in the first degree, premeditated. About 1 month later, on May 14, 2019, he pleaded guilty. On June 3 of that same year, Emanuel was sentenced to 19 years in prison, which was the maximum. His anticipated...
Oh, so they finally decide to keep him locked up once it goes too far. No, like when somebody is clearly an unhinged lunatic, let's just let them keep going out and keep committing crimes until they really fuck somebody up.
release date is December 10, 2031, when he will be 37 years old. The victim in this case, Landon Hoffman, required multiple surgeries and had his spleen removed. He spent 2 weeks in critical condition, but amazingly, he recovered. He was released from the hospital in August 2019, 4 months after the attack. Landon was able to return to school for the first day of kindergarten in the fall of 2019. He has no memory of the balcony throwing incident. Landon's family sued the Mall of America in 2021. In 2022, the case settled, but the terms were not disclosed. Now moving to my analysis. Here are my thoughts on a few areas that stood out to me in this case. Item number 1. Emanuel offered no defense to his crime. He pleaded guilty to the charge he was facing. He did not introduce any of his mental health history. He made no effort whatsoever to get his sentence reduced. Some people wonder if he did this because he had remorse, but at his sentencing, he offered no apology. Sometimes individuals with a history of severe mental illness do not help themselves in court because they are upset about being characterized as mentally ill. There is no way to know if that's what happened here, but it is a possibility. This brings me to item number 2. Emanuel's mother, Becky, spoke to the media about her son's mental health history. Here is a summary of what she said. Much of this is paraphrased. Emanuel struggled with mental illness from the age of 3. As a child, he liked to be alone. He would not interact with other children his age. Becky believed that her son did not cope well with the pressure of being in school. His teachers became concerned by his tendency to isolate. Emanuel was placed in special education, where he stayed for the remainder of his time in school. Becky was told that he had a learning disability, but no specifics were provided. Her son was not a troublemaker in school.
Kid Boo donators, who's right, the light-skinned nigga or the dark-skinned one? Also, I think you being dieting too much nigga, you start to look like 2016 anorexic vegan gains again.
Simping on women, I think it's a problem. So when I say women deserve less, what I mean by that is guys need to kind of go into a relationship and make women earn their validation and resources and everything else that comes with being in a relationship.
The majority of men are never going to stop simping. It's not going to happen. not within the next million years. Because simping is an evolved mating strategy that most men must employ in order to attract and retain women. This is the fundamental basis of human psychological mating dynamics. Most men do not have the mating value to behave as if they're the prize, nor do they have the leverage to walk around with the abundance mindset. That privilege is reserved for a hyper-attractive, hyper-successful cohort of men who don't have to consume content like this in order to attract or retain women. They already know what they're doing. The majority of the men that this
There aren't any men who are simps that actually have any success when dating. There's just, like, very rarely are there women who actually want to date a simp, and it's just to temporarily take advantage of them. So if they can find a simp that has a lot of money, they'll date a simp that has a lot of money just to take his money. But as soon as they're done and they get their new car or whatever, they're just moving on to, you know, the dude they're actually interested in. But no, simping is not a successful mating strategy. If most men discovered that women want you to act like a man and not a simp, then they'd start acting like men and they'd have more success dating.
content appeals to do not have the leverage to behave that way with women. Most men actually need to simp because simping signals generosity, kindness, and provision, which ultimately you are exchanging for sexual access to the woman. It's the woman's body you're trying to penetrate and inseminate. So if she isn't throwing it at you already, you got to put in a little extra work. No matter how many of you men out there think it's unfair or dislike it, this is the dating dynamic. These are our evolved mating strategies. It's not going to change. For the vast majority of men, this attitude is both counterproductive and useless.
No. Yeah, that's untrue. I'd say Fresh is more right in that circumstance, even though he's still a retard. I also don't think I'm looking anorexic. This was the last workout stream I did this morning. Same looking pretty jacked. Yeah, I would say I'm just looking jacked, not anorexic, but skibbity. I think I have a good vacuum pose right now. So there you go.
Becky took Emmanuel to mental health clinicians, who diagnosed him with several different disorders over the years, including schizophrenia, major depressive disorder, autism spectrum disorder, and ADHD. His mental health symptoms would flare up out of nowhere. In 2014, which is the year Emmanuel was charged with aggravated assault with a deadly weapon, his condition became drastically worse. He was homeless on occasion, would disappear for long periods of time, and had trouble keeping jobs. A few days before the attack on Landon, Emmanuel allegedly showed up at his sister's house and punched her. His sister described him like a zombie who did not have a soul. Item number 3. What do I think happened in this case? This is just a theory, my opinion. Emmanuel Aranda was impulsive, antagonistic, aggressive, and homicidal. It's not clear to what degree mental health symptoms caused him to be dangerous. Maybe they contributed significantly to his behavior. It's also possible that he simply chose to commit crimes. According to Emmanuel, he became frustrated by being repeatedly rejected by women. This is why he tried to kill Landon. He planned his crime in advance and carried it out. Emmanuel's mother, Becky, indicated she was shocked by the attempted murder and believed that her son would never do something like that. When looking at his history, I don't think his behavior should have been that surprising. To the contrary, it actually seemed like Emmanuel was working up to an attempted murder.
Is Citicorp Center. In the summer of 1978, it had been open for less than a year when its structural engineer Bill LeMessurier made a terrifying discovery. His cutting-edge skyscraper, an engineering marvel, had a fatal flaw. Winds of just 110 kilometers per hour could cause it to collapse in the middle of Manhattan, potentially killing thousands. Over 200,000 people lived and worked in the surrounding area, and hurricane season was only weeks away.
Here I am, the only man in the world who knew this. This thing is in real trouble.
LeMessurier faced a stark choice. He could stay silent and hope for the best, or he could try to fix it and risk professional ruin and mass panic. But Citicorp Center...
We're still using stream elements right now. Somebody donated using Streamlabs. Justin did, but I don't know if most people would have a problem. Could try.
Vegan Games is on everyone. We are gam later. Hopefully not a boring game. Jasmine may be bad, but let's be honest, she is nowhere near as bad as John Venus' wife. She has completely ruined his life and manipulated him to think it's good thing. Also his fault too.
Well, yeah, in a lot of ways that is true. I'm surprised she got so wrinkly and old that quickly. Fucking weird. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Had a 100% probability of total collapse by the end of the century. How could he save New York?
Dodo, donate $2. The Ottomans, under pressure from Germany, declared a great jihad against the Entente powers in November 1914, aiming to mobilize Muslims worldwide and turn the war into a holy war. Did you know this about World War I? I did not. But that sounds about right. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Grey Knight donate $2. Can we react? Only 10 minutes long and you might live this.
The black and white Palestinian
like
keffiyeh
this.
has become the symbol of the anti-Israel movement around the world. But what do the patterns actually mean? Well, Tal Oren has made a name for himself on social media, giving context to some of the Holy Land's most pervasive misunderstandings and deceptions. So, Tal, where does the Palestinian keffiyeh even come from?
The name keffiyeh actually comes from a place called Kufa in Iraq, or ancient Mesopotamia. It was a city. And it's actually based on an ancient Mesopotamian article of clothing known as the shmach. It was something that was used by the ancient fishing communities of Iraq, the Jews of Iraq, the Christians of Iraq, way before the advent of Arabism or Islam to the region. And it's actually a very ancestral, an old piece of clothing that many people around Mesopotamia, both Assyrians, Yazidis, lay claim to this article of clothing.
So what do the lines actually stand for?
So we have 3 different distinct designs on the keffiyeh. I think I'm displaying all 3 perfectly right now. Wow, I did that nice. So we have 2 lines, these 2 gray symbols right here, these 2 gray lines. They symbolize the Tigris and Euphrates rivers, respectively. These are the ancient lifeblood of Mesopotamia. And they're actually the rivers that my grandparents swam in as kids. I have a picture of my grandpa, because he was born and raised in Baghdad, swimming in the Tigris River that cuts through Baghdad. Then we have down here the symbol of the ripples on the river. So you can see in between the lines of the river, you have the actual ripples of the river. And then up here, you have the fishing nets. The fishing nets symbolize the ancient fishing communities of the marshes of southern Iraq. The lifeblood of the Mesopotamian people are these Tigris and Euphrates rivers. Similar how to the Nile was the lifeblood of the ancient Egyptians, Mesopotamia, which scales back around 5,000 years ago, both the Akkadians, the Sumerians, and the Mesopotamians, the Babylonians, use the Tigris and Euphrates rivers in their everyday life. And this is an article of clothing that represents them. And even these people claim that if you look on ancient Akkadian and Sumerian statues, like statues of Sargon of Akkad or the Gilgamesh, like the depictions of them, that you'll see very similar designs to what we have in the kafia.
So how does a head cover from the Iraq, Babylon area become the symbol of the Palestinian people, the symbol, frankly, globally, of the anti-Israel movement?
Through cultural appropriation, unfortunately. And basically, when Arabs colonized the region, because people don't know this, and this is kind of what my whole shtick is about, Arabs come from one specific place in the Middle East, which is between the regions of Mecca and Medina, between the Halij and the Hijaz, which are the Gulf states. This is really where Arab identity was built out. And through Islamic colonization and Arab colonization of the entire Middle East and North Africa, they started taking and laying claim to different articles of clothing.
What are your thoughts on the Shannon Sharpe situation? Here's my take: too many simp-cucked men are too quick to believe the woman, period, end of story. Fucking clowns. Just the accusation alone fucks you, it's crazy.
I don't know why the hell anybody would trust a OnlyFans prostitute. Like, it's just ridiculous. There's been, the Johnny Depp situation happened. Like, you saw what happened with Amber Heard, and she wasn't even a prostitute. This was a Hollywood actress starring in major movie roles, didn't really have any strong motivation to make up lies like that, and she did it anyway. And she lied about literally every aspect of their relationship, where she was the abuser, not Johnny Depp. So the idea of just believing women when they lie like this all the fucking time. And I know there's dipshits who are going to be like, if you look at this study, only 8% of the time do women lie about sexual assaults. So, again, it's probably very often. It's probably more than 8%, and even 8% is very high. That's almost 1 in 10. So even if we're going to go off of some of these numbers that people refer to, like, 8% would be the highest, that's nearly a 1 in 10 chance. And then on top of that, this woman is a fucking OnlyFans prostitute. Clearly manipulative as fuck. You could see that she was trying to get guys to pay as much as possible for sex. And the situation seems pretty obvious. Like, she's just trying to take advantage of the guy. Shannon Sharpe is rich. He was gonna have like $100 million fucking dollar deal with ESPN. And she thought she could just basically make enough money off of him where she could retire and not have to whore herself out and wear out her fucking asshole, by the time she's fucking 38. So there's always a chance that, Shannon did actually do some of these things she's accusing him of, but I don't know why you'd take sides. It's more likely that she's lying, and just wait to see how this plays out in court. It's just retarded how everyone just sides with the woman, even though time and time again these women have been proven liars. And, like, she's a fucking OnlyFans prostitute. Like, one of the most dishonest, least trustworthy people in all of society. But thanks for the donation, literal racist trolling.
Different cultures, force changing people's religions and languages, similar to the colonization that took place in the Western world. Very, very similar, almost exactly the same. And then one of the things that was taken and propagated around the Arab world, whatever the Arab world means, was this kafia. It became popularized around the Arab world. But in 1967, Yasser Arafat, an Egyptian, I call him a warlord, some people will call him a politician, he's a terrorist who propagated the deaths of thousands of Israelis and Palestinians, by the way. When he started the first and second intifada, he used this as sort of a symbol of resistance for the Palestinian cause. You would see him wearing this throughout his career because at certain points during the Ottoman Empire and during the Arab rule of the region, they had moved this from Iraq and brought it around the Arab world, and it was shared between Arab people or Arabized people. But he really started using this in 67 to use it first to cover people's faces when they were committing terrorist acts or throwing rocks or stabbing people, but also as an article of Palestinian resistance. But it has no connection to Palestine whatsoever. This has nothing to do with the word Palestine, with the Palestinian people, or even with the Levant.
I find that absolutely fascinating. I think there's just so many half-truths and...
Sv3rige ad donationem meum obligatorium venio.
Let me take a look. Oh my god. Oh wow. That catch coming right for you. Oh my god, Jesus Christ. What did you do? Oh. Oh my god. Oh Jesus. Oh dear God. Oh wow. Oh, that's amazing. I wish I could make friends with every cat. If I could have one superpower, I think it would be to be able to make friends with every cat. That would include, like, lions, tigers, house cats, you name it. Any feline. That'd be great. And then I could be friends with kitties and pet and cuddle them all day. Well, thanks for the donation, Sv3rige.
Misconceptions and platitudes that are said on social media that just, one, don't make sense, and then two, if you just understand what the history of a lot of these things, a lot of narratives would crumble, and that's what you do on social media. And one of the ones I know you're particularly passionate about is the idea that Israel is, quote, a white European colonial project. How would you respond?
I respond by wearing my shirt that says white colonizer on it. Unironically, since October 7th, I've been labeled a white colonizer, a Nazi, a genocider, when in reality,
Well, that makes sense.
York from a near certain disaster. And how was this allowed in the...
That was my donation from previous stream where I joked that I found Maui. Yes, I know. I remember. Thanks for the donation, Stitching NoFap.
first place? Veritasium producer and engineer Henry Van Dyke traveled to...
But we have to take into account the age gap as evidence. She was only 19 or 20, he's 52. The older man will take advantage of her, no? She's just a young girl, you misogynist.
Yeah, 19 is a legal adult. So, I don't know how the fuck...
Were you incline bench pressing 205 today? Shoulder pressing 145? And tricep extensions and lateral raises with 30 pounds? Didn't you used to do way more weight than that? No hate, please don't get angry, I'm legitimately asking. In a way you're cutting.
I did incline press with a Swiss bar with 215 for a set of 10. And I was behind the neck pressing, 140. So I think my best might have been like 155. But that was a behind the neck press, not a shoulder press. Tricep extensions... I did lying tricep, like they're kind of skull crushers, but with a dumbbell. It was the last exercise, and I did lateral raises with 55 pounds. Thanks for the donation, Anonymous. Anonymous donated $2.
Tesla.
I'm not watching that. She's just a dumb bitch. Yeah, so that dumb bitch fucking chick who's 19. Yeah, just because there's an age gap, that doesn't mean she is not a fucking cunt. So. But thanks for the donation, White Knight Feminism. I absolutely fucking hate how links are done on fucking stream elements.
Haven't recognized the rest of us 40 people that are running. It's all about Trump, Merca Rubio, Ted Cruz, Hillary Clinton, Bernie Sanders, Ben Carson, and the list goes on. Ow, son of a bitch!
Dude, Joe Exotic is just an absolute fucking cocksucker. I'm glad that dipshit is in jail for the rest of his life. What a fucking asshole. Too bad that cat didn't just fucking full-on maul him and eat him.
And I'll yield back a little bit of my time. A direct quote from Joseph Goebbels. It is the absolute right of the state to supervise the formation of public opinion, and I think that may be what we're discussing here, and yield back.
Gentleman yields back. With that, the representative from Texas, Ms. Johnson.
Yeah, I've already seen that. Thanks for the donation.
Okay, thanks for not getting angry, Richard. Still though, didn't you used to do higher weights on incline bench?
The most I've done is 275 for sets of 5. So doing 215 for 10 on a Swiss bar, which I can't use as much weight on because it's a Swiss bar, it's not really that much different. Dodo donated $2. Trump voters.
Yeah. I mean, they're doing this right now. Again, the Doge stuff, they make it sound like there's like millions of dead people getting Social Security.
Exactly.
We're just not. That is just not true.
So how many are there dead people? That's because this seemed to me fact.
Well, first of all, like
Biden can get it.
Look, I mean, one thing to think about is like, obviously the vast majority of people who die of old age are getting Social Security the day they die, right? Mm-hmm. So like for at least a minute or a week or a month or however long it takes, right? There's that process of updating. But part of it had to do with how the database was built. And you just didn't necessarily like remove everybody from the database. It didn't mean they were getting money, but it meant they were in the database. And so you could twist that into looking like this is what the president did in his speech. Like, it's true there's this database that had all these people from like, 100 years ago. It was not true that they were getting checks, okay?
Wow.
But he said the one part.
That's good.
And your brain fills in the blanks. And now you think, oh shit, there's like millions of people who are 150 years old getting checks. It was not true. Yeah. I mean, they're doing this right now. Again, the Doge stuff, they make it sound.
Like, it's funny too. Trump fucking said he was never going to get rid of Social Security. Here he is trying to get rid of Social Security. Listen to this black people music for at least 15 seconds. It's so bad. Yeah, black people music is really bad. Fighting erupts between Indian and Pakistani forces in at the line of contact in Lipa Valley, Kashmir. Both sides are using heavy weapons. Well, Trump's not going to do anything about that. Trump says he was misled by senior aides on what the 9-0 Abrego Garcia Supreme Court ruling actually meant. Oh my god. Well, that's not what my people told me. They didn't say it was. They said it was the 9-0 was something entirely different. Thought they were talking about a football game. Oh my god, dude. The amount of lies and bullshit they come up with. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Would you be mad if Frank Tufano married Jasmine and she went full carnivore diet?
I wouldn't care. She can do whatever the fuck she wants. Thanks for the donation, dude.
Just like with what you said about that Poncho VG, people who abuse animals like that should have open season on them. It is with...
Oh, fuck. People are donating on Streamlabs and Stream Elements at the same fucking time. And it's confusing.
It is with the utmost gravity that I announce, uninterrupted oxygen supply is not merely a preference, it is a requirement of my continued existence and basic nocturnal comfort. Should the oxygen cease, I shall be cast into a state of wheezing unrest.
Yeah, that's what Frank Tufano's claiming right now. Thanks for the donation, Frank Tufano.
Oh my god, VG, there are Shenmue 3 DLCs https://store.steam.powered.com/DLC/87860/Shenmue_3/ can we play these on Stream Plaza? Don't say gonna play it and then play it off stream like you did with Little Nightmares DLCs, you gay bitch.
I am not getting the Shenmue 3 DLC. That is not happening. Thanks for the donation though, Dodo. Anonymous donated $2.
So who are you?
I'm the Secretary of Energy.
I won a contest, got to be a cabinet member. I'm the Secretary of State. Brought to you by Carl's Jr. Why do you keep saying that? Because they pay me every time I do. It's a really good way to make money. You're so smart, why don't you know that? The Secretary of Defense. And fun bags over there is the Attorney General.
And that's Secretary of Education.
It's kind of stupid, but he's President Camacho's stepbrother. Still does a pretty good job, eh?
So who are you?
I'm the Secretary of Energy.
Yeah, we're literally living in a idiocracy.
Liberals would understand what Elon is doing more if they followed the money like they were following the science.
Okay, let's follow the money then. Let's look at this Doge tweet where they claim to have saved $2.2 million by canceling a Health and Human Services contract. The documents that he screenshots and posts on his website and on his Twitter account are from this. But just in case that database is wrong, I also like to check the USA Spending website. So here's that contract that he was talking about. It's worth $2.2 million, but we've already outlaid $1.3 million, meaning that we already sent and paid $1.3 million worth of this contract. and the total obligated amount is what we are legally required to pay. So Elon Musk changing the status of the document does nothing. He saved us no money with this. Let's take a look at this contract that he supposedly canceled and saved us $8.2 million with. Here you can see we've already paid $3.4 million and we're obligated to pay the rest. So yet again,
This is all illegal, by the way. He can't even do this. Like, it's so insane.
no savings. Here's one from the Doge website where it claims to save us $20 million. You can see that it was terminated, but it was terminated in October 2024. And that was during the Biden administration, so are you guys going to thank him for those savings? I also noticed that Doge posted this to their website, which claims $8 billion in savings. Except the actual contract is only $8 million. And when they were called out for it, Doge replied by saying, we've only ever used the $8 million in our calculations. And that sounds great, except it's also wrong because we're already obligated to pay $4 million towards this contract. This one claims $34 million.
Yeah, people are stupid. Thanks, Anonymous. CDG donates $2. Please tell us about what Jasmine did today. That was so bad. Please don't have to give too many details. Can you just give us some hints? No. Thanks for that donation, dude.
You missed my comment, just like what you said about that Poncho VG people who abuse animals like tigers like that should be hunted for open sun.
Oh. Sorry, I didn't realize. But yeah. It's too bad you can't just shoot people when you see them doing something seriously fucked up like that. Thanks for the donation, though, Anonymous.
To New York to investigate further.
So in the 1960s, the financial giant Citicorp was trying to build a new headquarters in Manhattan. So just down the street from their original headquarters was this entire city block, which was up for sale. Well, everything except for this church, St. Peter's. So Citicorp came to the pastor, Ralph Peterson, and asked, what's it going to take for you guys to leave? And he came back and said, we're not leaving. Anything that Citicorp builds has to involve the church as part of it. What the pastor wanted was for the church to have its own separate identity. So eventually they agreed on two things. One was to replace this old crumbling Gothic church with a brand new one, which you see in front of you. And the second thing was that the church had to be physically distinct from the new tower.
In other words, it had to be completely independent. And again, most importantly, 2/3 of the space above the church had to be free and clear, had to be open.
Citicorp then hired architect Hugh Stubbins to design the tower and the church, and Bill LeMessurier as the structural engineer. Stubbins explained the constraints they faced. The church needed to be in the exact same spot, and they needed to build the tower around it. If they were to maximize the floor area, they would have to notch out one corner of the tower for the church. LeMessurier agreed that could work, but why not notch 2, 3, or even all 4 corners, essentially constructing the skyscraper on stilts?
So it's probably the first time in history that an engineer has come to an architect and said, let's make our job harder for us.
The stilts would serve two main purposes. First, they would need to support at least half of the building's gravity load. The rest would be held up by a larger central column. Second, they would need to withstand the load due to high winds. But unlike an ordinary structure, the stilts wouldn't be at the corners. They would be at the center of each face.
Imagine a chair, and instead of the columns or the supports on each corner of the chair, it's at the midpoint of each side. Obviously, it's not an ideal situation.
It doesn't seem very stable.
Exactly. So it
StreamYard pinned donated $2.
In Florida, so a lot.
Maybe like 400K.
No, he probably doesn't make that much. He probably makes like 200.
So
how much do you think Taylor Marshall makes?
Hey.
I couldn't fucking care less, dude. Thanks for that donation, StreamYard pinned.
created an engineering problem.
As LeMessurier considered the problem, he suddenly had a flash of inspiration. He grabbed a napkin and sketched out an idea. He drew
Trump long salty rant about how he's perceived on Ukraine. At the end, he says maybe Putin has been tapping me along and that maybe he just put on more sanctions. Also, fuck stream elements. Nigga.
All right, I'll take a look at that. Thanks for the donation, Zelensky.
I want more babies in the United States of America.
I'll be known as the fertilization president. That's okay. That's not bad. That's not bad.
It's a little bad. Now, look, in order to actually have this Trump becoming the fertilization president come to fruition, he would need to actually succeed in persuading women, incentivizing families to have children. And some of these ideas I think are good ideas, to be fair. So for instance, one of the things that's being proposed, one proposal shared with AIDS would reserve 30% of scholarships for the Fulbright program, the prestigious government-backed international fellowship, for applicants who are married or have children. I'm fine with that. I don't really have a problem with that.
What is that?
Children with that.
No. So people are gonna have more kids because 30% of scholarships are gonna be reserved for people with children. Like, that's not gonna do anything. That's stupid.
Nah, I don't like it. It's dumb. Fulbright scholars for really accomplished students, and if you're, come from a family that has a single mom, and you overcame that, or a single dad, and you overcame that, and you're one of the best students in the country, but we're not going to give it to you because we have a quota for people who came from the right kind of family. Nah, I hate it.
But
So
I like
on
the
principle,
idea.
I hate it.
No, okay, I get the 30% number is a problem, right? After delivery.
$5,000 cash is not going to make anybody have kids.
I love that idea. In fact, I would bump up the amount significantly.
Really?
Jake, having kids is torture in this.
You would need to make that amount actually like 50,000 at least for people to actually be motivated to have children. Like with that kind of money, you could actually make investments where at the very least you could actually offset the costs of raising a kid. But
Anna has negative traps.
Negative traps.
I want more babies in the United States of America.
Best students in the country.
Easier for young.
Oh yeah, she has the shoulder pads. I see what you're saying. Thanks for the donation, dude.
Why are so many of these people obsessed with having kids, VG?
I don't know. Everything's gay and retarded. Thanks for the donation. I think that was Dodo.
So, Streamlabs works again. Now please pin the link, and put the donation goal bar so we have normal links again.
I don't know if it's working, because every fucking time I link it, then there's like 10 people telling me they can't fucking donate. But there you go. Replace pinned comment. Thanks for the donation, dude. Nice try, dipshit. You're a faggot. Dodo donates $2. Indian music is better than black people music. You might have a point there. That is unironically better. Also, VG, I thought I donated earlier but didn't see it. More than 600 people wounded in today's massive explosion in Bada Abbas in southwestern Iran.
On the bright side, Trump's own supporters are finally getting swayed over VG.
Okay, I'll take a look at that in a second. Turns out that the explosion took place right next to the HQ of the IRGC's naval forces. Some military experts believe a missile shipment from China was blown up. Wouldn't be surprised if, like, Mossad had something to do with this. Whoa. That's a big explosion. Dude, look at the blast, like the shockwave. Damn. Let me see, Dota.
A couple weeks ago, Stellantis laid off more than 900 of our UAW brothers and sisters. They used auto tariffs as their excuse. But this
CDG $92. Play some Half-Life 2 Episode 2 tonight, please. We'll probably do that. Thanks for the donation, CDG.
This Tuesday, at their annual shareholders meeting, Stellantis board of directors managed to find $2.6 billion to spend on dividends for their shareholders. And they are considering an additional stock buyback of up to 10% of the company's stocks. That's another $2 billion or more. That means this company is considering spending more than half of their total profits from 2024 on Wall Street paybacks.
That video was recently released by the United Auto Workers Union, otherwise known as the UAW,
Yeah, no shit.
or as people in power condescendingly refer to them, the UAW. And they're calling out Stellantis, one of the big three auto manufacturing companies, for using tariffs as an excuse to lay off workers while paying out billions to their shareholders. The UAW and Stellantis were already feuding before the layoffs in 2023. Stellantis signed a contract with UAW promising that it would reopen a plant in Illinois that had been shut down. They tried to back out of that promise last year, but this January, Stellantis was finally pressured into reopening the plant, and it seems that came to some degree, actually was helped along by none other than Donald Trump. Maybe a rare moment of him doing something good for workers. Maybe he knew what was coming and didn't think the press would be helpful. Who knows what the reason was, but he met with Stellantis' chairman shortly before the company announced it would indeed reopen the plant. But then on April 4th, Stellantis announced the recent layoffs, and now tensions between the company and the union are high yet again. Stellantis stated the layoffs were immediate actions in response to Trump's tariffs. The chairman of the company's board of directors said the current path of painful tariffs and overly rigid regulations the American and European car
This whole thing is just a joke.
Oh, yes, we have no money because of Trump tariffs. That's why we pay ourselves more money.
It's just stupid. All of it's nonsense. Yeah, big corporations always do this. No matter what deal I make with respect to Russia, Ukraine, no matter how good it is, even if it's the greatest deal ever made, the failing New York Times will speak badly of it. Little Peter Baker, the very biased and untalented writer for the Times, followed his editor's demands and wrote that Ukraine should get back territory, including, I suppose, Crimea and other ridiculous requests, in order to stop the killing that is worse than anything since World War II. Bro. Oh, crap. I'm having hiccups. Trump is such a piece of shit. Like, I still can't get over it. that there's enough Americans in the United States who thought this was a good idea to get him elected. Like, Americans are just so fucking stupid. I'm not sure if there's a single democratic nation on earth that would be dumb enough to actually vote for this guy. Like, I don't think he would have won in the UK, Canada, Australia, Italy, like, you name it. I don't think any other fucking nation would have voted for this guy. Knowing his track record, knowing that he's an insurrectionist and all this shit. Like, only Americans are fucking stupid enough to vote for him. Why doesn't this lightweight reporter say that it was Obama who made it possible for Russia to steal Crimea from Ukraine without even a shot being fired? So Obama was a pussy for doing
Complete
that.
retardation. Firing them cause of tariffs is not a poor excuse. Tariffs will cause a sharp decline in demand for new cars. Don't need a shitload of workers when you half the demand. They're supposed to pay for way more workers than they need, I guess.
Okay, thanks for the donation, stupid. It was also Little Peter who wrote an absolutely fawning yet terribly written biography on Obama. It was a joke. Did Baker ever criticize the Obama Crimea giveaway? No, not once, only Trump, and I've had nothing to do with this stupid war other than early on when I gave Ukraine javelins and Obama gave them sheets. Yeah, that's another thing he likes to say. Dude. Is sleepy Joe Biden's war, not mine. It was a loser from day one.
Once again, the comparison between humans and apes in terms of intelligence is really, really thin.
Yes, it is. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. And should never have happened, and wouldn't have happened if I were president at the time. I'm just trying to clean up the mess that was left to me by Obama and Biden.
https://youtube.com/shorts/fox01oct.
Okay, I'll look at that in a second. Thanks for the donation. Human supremacy can suck my ass. And what a mess it is. With all that being said, there's no reason for Putin to be shooting missiles into civilian areas, cities, and towns over the past few days. Oh, you don't say. It makes me think that maybe he doesn't want to stop the war. Oh, really? You think so? He's just tapping me along and has to be dealt with differently through banking or secondary sanctions. Too many people are dying. Bro, oh my god. Donald Trump. What a fucking asshole. Just a useless tool. Absolute dickhead.
The story behind El Gigante is one of the most disturbing in Resident Evil. This monstrous creature was a tragic byproduct of the cult's bioweapon experiments. After infiltrating the village, the cult began injecting villagers with the Plaga parasite. Most children didn't survive the parasite's effects, leading to the near extinction of the village's youth. However, a rare few infants survived, undergoing rapid mutations and an accelerated growth cycle. Within just over a year, these infants grew into massive creatures, capable of devouring entire cows within days. Their insatiable appetite caused famine, as the village's livestock and crops were consumed to sustain them. Due to their unpredictable nature and enormous food requirements, the cult kept them dormant through incantations, only awakening them for specific purposes, like Leon's encounter in the story. Sadler used El Gigante for labor, employing their immense strength to excavate Plaga parasites buried in the amber mines. The giant pickaxe found near the first one's lair serves as evidence of their intended role. The story behind El Gigante.
Alright, well, thank you for that. Human supremacy. I really liked RE4 and RE4 Remake. Those were good games.
So a lot of people are saying that Israel's trying to get the United States into a war with Iran, but it's actually more complicated than that. The United States wants to get into a war with Iran. Here's why. So back in 1971, Nixon took us off of the gold standard because, well, we were printing more money than we had backed by gold. All of our allies called us on it. We knew we didn't have the gold to pay them, so Nixon just took us off the gold standard. But since the dollar was no longer backed by gold, we had to back it with something else. So Nixon negotiated the OPEC petrodollar, where he ensured that all the Middle Eastern nations would trade oil using US dollars, which created an artificial demand for the dollar even though it wasn't backed by anything. This is the reason that we were able to remain the global reserve currency and protect the dollar despite the fact that it was
This sounds ahistorical.
worthless. Decades went by and we needed to ensure that oil would always be traded
I'm not an expert in this, but I'm pretty sure this isn't accurate.
in dollars, so we got involved in coup after coup and war after war. Wars like the ones in Afghanistan, Iraq,
Okay, the
we
music
assassinated
sucks. I'm not listening to this. I don't know why Witkoff met with Putin, but it is very questionable that it was for negotiations. Devil's in the details. Some videos show that when Witkoff walked into a meeting room, he turned to a woman, "Are you my translator? Are you from embassy?" Happened that I have been a translator in many meetings between Ukraine delegations and Estonian in parliament, as well as have synchronously translated two speeches of President Zelensky to Estonian parliament, so I imagine just a little about the enormous responsibility of every word. It is possible to have negotiations when you do not trust the translator. Witkoff does not speak Russian, and he cannot verify what is being translated. It is crucial that every nuance is translated correctly in the context. No politician goes to negotiations to a hostile environment. What Russia is supposed to be without his own translator. You do if you really trust the other party, or unless you are not competent, unless you don't care. Beats me, but something's off. Yeah, that's worrying.
Trade deals are going very well. I think Russia and Ukraine, I think they're coming along, we hope. Very fragile. And Iran, I think, is going very well. We'll see what happens. We're working on plenty of things that shouldn't be worked on because none of this stuff should have happened. This should have been taken place by Biden. It should have been fixed by Biden, but he couldn't do it, nor could he come close to doing. So anyway, we're going to Rome to pay our respects, and we'll be leaving that same day. We'll be coming back home tomorrow night. And I'll see some of you over there. Otherwise, I'll see you on television. Trade.
Trump's an asshole. Just an absolute asshole.
Do an impression of Sv3rige explaining how nature designed women to be raped.
Okay, hello everyone. Today I wanted to talk about this Shannon Sharpe situation. Apparently he's a ex-football player or something. Not European football, but American football. So obviously he's mentally ill if he would do a job like that and ruin his body for fake money that doesn't even exist. But he's being accused of raping a 19-year-old OnlyFans model. For one thing, I don't know why he's having sex with a woman who's so elderly and old. If you actually look at her photos, even though she's 19, she looks closer to 29. And on top of that, women's peak fertility is when they're between the ages of 12 and 14 when they first start menstruating. So what Shannon Sharpe should have done is talk to this girl when she was only 12 or 14 and raped her. And also, women's bodies were designed for rape. That's why they have two holes. and you don't need to get the woman aroused to even penetrate their holes. So I don't think anything Shannon Sharp did in this situation was wrong. Only he had sex with a woman who's far too old and elderly, and he should have had sex with someone who is between 12 and 14. There you go. Thanks for the donation, nigger. Hope you liked that impression.
I'm writing an essay on music's influence during both world wars, and it's interesting that Hitler had a Wagner classic play to open of all of his early Nuremberg rallies, much like how Donald Trump has God Bless the USA play to introduce him at all of his.
I know a lot of bands have actually called out Donald Trump and told him to not play their music. I don't know if any of the music he plays, he actually gets any kind of permission or endorsement from those bands. But thanks for the donation, retard.
Well said, friend.
Thanks for the donation, Sv3rige.
6 layers of diagonal braces up each face of the tower. These chevrons would transfer the forces to the middle of each face and down to the stilts.
Now we have to see the gravity loads, right? But now here's the trick. The gravity loads are coming down the column. When they get to the brace, they need to find their way into the brace.
Okay.
So what you do is you take out that column right there. There is no way that load can jump over and go to that column. And now they're coming down into the braces. They get down to the bottom here, and now they continue to go down. You take that column out. It has nowhere to go except into the brace.
By removing the columns at the top and middle of each chevron, every tier acted as a separate unit. They were only connected to the braces and through the central core. So every 8 stories, half of the gravity load would be forced through the chevrons to the mid-face columns, leading down to the stilts.
Can you tell me how big of a new idea was this?
Yeah, well, this particular system was entirely unique, driven by the placement of the columns, driven by the conditions of the building.
Satisfied the chevrons could transfer the gravity load, Lemessurier turned his attention to the second problem, the wind.
When wind hits the left side of a normal building with corner columns, the entire frame deforms like this. So to reduce this deformation, we could strengthen these joints. But there's a better way. Because beams and columns are much stronger in compression or tension than they are with bending loads. So if we add diagonal bracing, they can carry this horizontal load. The beams sort of act like springs, and when they're compressed, they push on the joints. When they're stretched, they pull inwards. With braces like these, the wind load compresses this diagonal and stretches this one. The left column pulls down in tension, and the right column pushes up in compression. Where the braces meet, they both push the bottom.
Who do you hate more, Andrew Tate or Trump? I think they're roughly equivalent in terms of how bad of people they are. If Trump had a similar upbringing and life experience and shit, I'd guarantee you he'd probably be doing roughly the same shit Tate is doing. And if Tate had, the same upbringing as Trump, he'd probably be doing the same thing Trump's doing.
Lee Greenwood, who made God Bless the USA, has endorsed Trump's use of his song, at least implicitly by endorsing Trump generally. The YMCA guy told him to stop lol. Also, Streamlabs isn't working, error code, 777 octillion 777 septillion 777 sextillion 777 quintillion 777 quadrillion 777 trillion 777 billion 777 million 777,777.
I think Streamlabs is working. But, okay. Thank you for clarifying. Appreciate the donation, retard. You know, I really like girls' butts. Be nice just being able to sniff and poke around a butt.
Bottom beam to the right. This stretches the left side and compresses the right one. But this floor is the top of the next chevron, so this lower section is carrying the force from the layer above it, and the normal wind load from...
No, gluten is not bad for you. Not at all. Gluten is just fine. In fact, you can tell gluten is good for you just by the way it's spelled. You can't spell gluten without glute. And glutes are your butt. Butts are good, therefore gluten's good because butts are good.
From the side, and this keeps happening at every chevron, so the wind load builds up as you go down the building. But Citicorp can't have corner columns like this because of the gravity load, so in the wind, this entire triangle wants to rotate like this. And to prevent that from happening, this chevron pulls down by going into tension, and the far chevron pushes up in compression. The top and bottom beams are again forced into compression and tension. The wind load ends up wrapping around the entire building, so every chevron works to transfer the wind load to the section below.
When we think about skyscrapers, like how big of a deal is wind?
If we made a skyscraper here, you know, out of all these different things, you push with your phone, you get a certain amount of force. But then you push on my phone as well with a certain amount of force, but your phone is also pushing on my phone. And so that's the shear in the building, what we call the building shear. It increases as you go down the building. You know, at the 10th floor, you may have a smaller force than at the 60th floor, but the total force of the 10th floor is like carrying everything above it. So it's much bigger than what's going on at the 60th floor.
So these chevrons were key to Lemessurier's design, but the braces were massive, almost 40 meters long end to end. So even if you could fabricate a steel brace that long, there would be no way to get it through Manhattan. So instead, it was sent in pieces to be welded together on site. The chevron bracing solved the wind and gravity load issues, but it also created a different problem.
CDG donate $2. I like girls with big meaty traps and lats and big arms. Thoughts? I actually like muscular women myself. There's one thing that I find very unattractive in literally anybody, and it's weakness. And when I see women who are, like, they can't open pickle jars, they ask you to, like, oh, you have to carry the groceries, it's too heavy. You know, they can't move, like, just simple furniture around like a couch. I just think they're fucking pathetic. So, yeah, women need to have some amount of muscle mass and strength for me to, like, really take them seriously and respect them and be genuinely attracted to them. Otherwise, I just think they're pathetic children. I think it's hot when girls can bench press a lot of weight, and I also like it when girls have well-developed shoulders, traps, and back. And legs and butt, of course. Can't forget about that. Thanks for the donation, CDG. Dodo, donate $2. You know that show, Wife Swap? VG, how much would they need to pay you to swap Jasmine for John Venus's wife for a month? I'd need millions, also. Oh, this looks stupid.
I know you're very curious about Chinese cars. Today, I'll show you something special. Pan-Arab flying car. It's
That is not a flying car.
both a car and an aircraft. It has 6 wheels, and each wheel is involved in driving. Its trunk is extremely large. It's not for loading luggage. For this, Chinese people never lie to Americans. Now, let me show you how to load it in. Step 1. Step 2. All are fully automatic. Step 3. And done. Isn't it cool, my friends? Let me take you for a flight. If there's a traffic jam, we can take off from where we are. Automatically retractable rear view mirrors and double opening doors. It can travel 1,000 kilometers. The car can charge this aircraft and it can do this 6 times. You can get it for less than 2 million. Do you want to try it? Follow me.
I like stupid Chinese shit.
But some dishonest vendors have developed a hair soy sauce, which is made by soaking human hair and mixing it with chemicals to create soy sauce.
What are they doing with the hair? What are they making? They're making soy sauce. They're really making soy sauce? Yes, they're making soy sauce. Who would dare to eat it?
A soy sauce factory owner admits that some unscrupulous businesses indeed use hair to produce soy sauce.
Dude. China is so fucked. Only the Chinese would think of making soy sauce out of human hair. Only the Chinese could come up with that idea. Where, like, how do you even figure that? Like, how do we make soy sauce cheaper so we can save like 8 cents? Use hair. Like, what? That's insane. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. 21st donated $2. Remember that CNN video we watched a couple days ago of those 2 cattle farmers complaining about things being expensive? Just had one question in mind. When did you and Fat Jasmine become cattle ranchers? Soon as you divorced her, or you slimmed down? No. I lost weight before we broke up. Thanks for the donation, dude. Nig. Oh, wait.
Sv3rige reacts to wife swap episode.
Hey, what's up, guys? A subscriber of mine gave me the idea to review this episode of Wife Swap because there's a family that eats raw meat.
This is all about being self-sufficient.
Oh my god, this is horrible.
Remember that, at least because of the dairy, unless.
Children, Lee, who's 15, and Alicia, who's 13.
Usually I try to do about
I notice these people look sick and malnourished and unwell and inbred and retarded. Thanks for the donation, Nigar. Niggers donated $2.
I hate niggers. I hate niggers. I hate niggers.
Nigga.
It's okay. What's wrong?
I mean, it's not that bad.
Love Twinkies. I love zingers.
I hate.
Yeah. Thanks for the donation, dude.
a dozen eggs.
He also doesn't look healthy, but again, they haven't been eating like this for that long. Of course, the teenagers maybe also eat something else outside. That's possible. And
oh, weird. He admits people eating his stupid diet look unwell.
they, of course, also didn't eat it when they were developing, most importantly.
High meat is raw meat that has been aged over time. This one here is probably 3 or 4 months old. If I get upset, then I'll go eat a piece of this.
So, was it Sojournus who came up with the idea of high meat, and Sv3rige took it from him, or were they watching Sv3rige? when this reality show was made. Maybe it was Sojournus who had that idea originally.
I don't drink.
Yeah, meaning that they got it from Ajna's Wonder Planets, obviously.
Yeah, okay, so it was Sojournus.
Who, at the time, was probably more or less the only one who was even promoting eating raw meat. And high meat is obviously from him. He named it.
Any water throughout the day. Our body is mostly fat, and that's how we keep hydrated. This is kefir. It's a lacto-fermented milk. If you don't eat every 5 hours, your body will go into an anorexic state at 2 o'clock.
No, that's not how that works.
In the morning, I'll...
Again, from Ajnas, it's funny. You won't go into an anorexic state.
I think they mean catabolic state.
It will be a state of you slowly eating yourself. Of course, it's not going to be bad after 5 hours. And this nonsense about waking up at night to eat, come on, that's just stupid. You can go for many hours without eating. If you feel well, of course. If you're hungry all the time.
Said.
Now that's spicy.
The government and society has scared so many people away from bacteria. God has put those things.
Okay, those are just too gross, dude. Well, yeah, they all look like shit. They're all very unfit. They're either overweight or underweight, weak, skinny, have weird, fucked up skin. And, oh yeah, we're eating the healthiest diet, nothing but raw meat. Can any of them bench 400 pounds? I don't think so. Say the N-word, donate $2. Is this tweet racist? Yes, this tweet is racist.
But you can't even bench 400 pounds right now.
Yes, that's pretty normal. You, when you're on a separate block of training, your absolute 1 rep max goes down. Thanks for the donation, Anonymous. Brief excerpt from a letter to my father. Okay, that's a little weird.
I'm getting into vegan bodybuilding. How many calories and grams of protein should I consume on a rest day compared to a training day?
I would just keep protein the same. Ugh. Your caloric intake probably won't be all that different on rest days versus training days, and yeah, like kind of depends on what you're doing. Like if you're training for a triathlon and you're burning like 2,000 calories on like, 6-hour fucking like run or something, then yeah, the amount of calories you need on a rest day might be significantly less. But if you're just doing weight training with like maybe 20-30 minutes of cardio, It's only going to be like maybe a 400 calorie difference. It's not all that substantial. I'd keep protein the same, but just adjust fats and carbohydrates slightly. You also probably don't even really need to do that. If you're... Kind of depends on some of your macronutrient intake, but carbohydrates get stored as glycogen in your muscle and liver, so if you technically eat in a caloric surplus, but you're glycogen depleted, you will just store some of that energy as glycogen and not body fat. So you can keep calories roughly the same. Like, if you just feel you need to eat less, then just eat slightly less. Just don't overthink it. Thanks for the donation, Anonymous.
Seven-eighths asterisk asterisk LLLLLLLLLLLLL 7777777777777 inverted exclamation mark 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 slash backslash 7/8 asterisk asterisk LLLLLLLLLLL 7777777777777 inverted exclamation mark 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 slash Trump is faggot.
Let me take a look. Disapprove 59%, approve 39%. First poll to put Trump's approval below 40% in his second term. Well, that's nice. Thanks for the donation, retard faggot. What do I do for cardio? I have an elliptical machine, and I also rollerblade and mountain bike when the weather's better.
Sv3rige reacts to the day in the life of a test max. So can we react?
Hey guys, as requested, I'm gonna...
We can take a look. Thanks for the donation, Poopy Dick. Poopy Brain donated $2. So I believe that people who do this deserve the death penalty, or at the very least, balls chopped off while awake and put in a cage forever. Yes. Thanks for the donation, dude.
Be reviewing a video called Day in the Life of a Test Maxer.
Blaha's dildo donated $2. Jason Blaha claims he can... Jason Blaha claims he gets a lot of views on Facebook. He does not. Also, it gets made into Facebook full videos and attached reels. Sometimes one of those reels gets 30,000 views. He never gets that viewership. Dude, his financial situation has to be, like, so fucking bad. Because he can't be making more than $100 a month on all social media advertising combined. There's just no way. He's getting absolutely zero viewership fucking anywhere, while uploading, like, what, at least once per day? I don't know if he, like, does he even get coaching clients at this point? Because I think he only had, like, 3 or 4 clients. I know 2 of them stopped coaching with him after they saw my video about how he's a crazy racist whack job. And there was another client who I think had like some BBC fetish. She did like erotic modeling and she was super into black dudes. And Jason met her in person because I think they live in the same state. And then he was being super awkward and weird and then hit on her, and she was too uncomfortable to share any details about it. And then she dropped him as a client. So I don't even know if he has any clients left. Like, maybe there's one. But, like, he has no money. And he's in like $40,000 worth of credit card debt. Somebody also made a video of him talking about how he wants to buy a Rogue leg press. That leg press is $10,000. And after 5 years, he still hasn't been able to afford it. So, like, it is an expensive piece of equipment. Not anybody can just, pay for it, but after 5 years, the guy can't afford it. Like, I don't know. I don't know why. Like, I guess disability payments aren't enough, and he just has to any little shekels he can get. What a dumbass. Thanks for the donation, Blaha's dildo. Nig Gers donated $2. Uh-huh.
This a dark horse?
You can't go 24 hours without saying.
Nigger.
Whoa.
You know what? If I ever win the lottery, I'm going to open up an avant-garde art exhibit, and I'm gonna have a button that says the N-word. I'm definitely gonna do that. Thanks for the donation, dude. 21st Savage, $22 based.
But when you're niggerish, they do nigger shit. And when you're niggerish like that, you know what happens? You become classified as a nigger. You do dumb shit, you fight niggas off of feelings, you drink Hennessy and say it's cool, and as well, you fuck black girls. That's crazy.
What?
What about you?
Difference between a nigger and a black guy, I would say is, let's see here, multitude of things. Committing crime, speaking proper English, or not speaking proper English.
Axe.
Saying axe instead of ask.
Ebonics.
Ebonics. Overusage of ebonics. Listening to too much hip-hop.
Yeah, too much, yeah. Some
too
is
much.
okay.
What else? Not enunciating words properly. Not being in their life.
Absolutely based. Okay. You know, I've noticed ever since Elon Musk took over Twitter, like, the internet at large is far more racist. That's in Rome? Oh my god. Dude. Alright, thanks for the donation, 20 for Savage. You're a fucking dickhead.
Yo, bro. Yo, bro. The people want to day in the life. Get up.
Day in the life. Whatever they say. See how I just jumped out of bed? Because I'm high test. That's what we do around here. So, the first thing you gotta do when you wake up in the morning is come out in the kitchen, grab the water, you grab the salt, you eat the salt.
Oh my god. Man, is this a joke? I can't tell.
Then you drink some water. It's that simple. Do that every single morning.
What the hell, man? Try eating a bit more.
Do you think the carnivore diet hype has gone down? When do you think the no seed oiled hype will go down? So, I don't think any of these communities are gonna, like, go away entirely. Because, there's, like, a fetish for meat eating. Like, everyone just wants to eat steak, bacon, you know, cheese, like, all this fucking garbage. And that's why this crap exists, where they say, oh, seed oils are bad, butter's good for you. It's all just a cope so that people can justify their bad habits. That's all it is. So I don't think those communities are going to go away entirely. They might not, it might not be the carnivore diet as it is today, but there's always going to be people who are like cholesterol deniers and shit like that. Because it's just a cope for their bad habits.
Of the salt. We'll see how you like it. I was almost expecting him to drink coffee, but this is even way worse.
Now, we already completed 2 parts of the morning routine. Now, we just gotta walk and get to work. That's literally all I do every single morning. But the thing is, I got a couple client calls, so I'm gonna take those, then get some sun in my eyes, and then...
I wonder where he got this idea from that you should eat salt, which just dehydrates you. It's super toxic for your body overall.
Salt does not dehydrate you.
I have no idea, I've never heard of this before. I've heard of people mixing water with salt, obviously, but not actually just eating salt and then drinking water. It's kind of the same thing. The reason you drink the water is because of how toxic it is. You cannot stand the taste, and that's why you quickly drink water.
Go for the 3-mile walk, so I'll catch you in the walk. Sun in the eyes, beautiful morning. No looking at the phones in the morning. First thing you...
Sadie, N-word, don't you tell her, so true, respect our culture, their culture.
You need to do is drink the water, get sun in the eyes, and then go for a walk to lower the cortisol, which is exactly...
You shouldn't drink water in the morning. Ideally, not at all. You should drink coconut water, blood, raw milk, fruit juices.
We're about to do 3-mile walk. Ideally, your heart rate's 130, 125, whatever you can, stay between, because that's the fat burning zone. But we're gonna go for the fasted walk, come back, do some more client calls, eat some beef. But yeah, so we're gonna go on the walk right now, and then we'll come back here. So I don't know, probably not gonna record the walk, because that's just beat. But yeah, we'll be back here. An hour ago, we just crushed a 3-mile walk.
Honorary Sand Nigger Hassan Piker says if you like shakshuka you should be ethnically cleansed. Nigger Hassan Hassan Nigger. Nigger Hassan Hassan Nigger. Nigger Hassan Hassan Nigger. Deport Nigger Hassan.
I think like this will never happen, but in a totally just world, any kind of, regardless of your background, any kind of fucking Zionist tendency should be treated in the same way as being a fucking rabid neo-Nazi. And you shouldn't even let someone be the fucking local dog catcher as Felix was posting if they've ever exhibited any sort of like positive feelings about the state of Israel. I'm so serious about this.
Hassan is just a fucking fascist, dude. It's insane to me that this guy is able to have an audience. Thanks for the donation, dude. Nig Gurs donated $2.
Why am I so short? Wait, why am I so short?
Because you're a child.
It's nigger, 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 nigger.
My friends eating watermelon.
Niggers, 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 hate niggers, niggers.
Hey, thanks for the donation, dude. Well, Mage $22 good news on ECAP, the anti-Semitic British band. Visas of Irish band Kneecap are being revoked and they're being dropped by their US agent. Great. Yeah, fuck them, dude. They're literal terrorists. Oh my god. Yeah, you know, I think the population collapse that's bound to happen is going to be a good thing. When you have large groups of people, it just creates problems. You want smaller, isolated villages and towns that have maybe small interactions with each other. You do not want, like, millions or billions of people living as, like, one cultural identity with each other. It just always causes issues. Thanks for the donation, Will Mage.
Took 2 more clients.
I'm noticing some dark eye circles, nothing too bad, but still pretty noticeable. It's for sure the salt. Maybe he's generally exhausted. We'll see what he does in a day that may answer it.
Calls, so that's already 3 client calls within the first 2 hours of waking up. So got a couple more throughout the day. Brewing the black coffee right now, gonna have that with butter, and then we're just gonna
Wait, he still drinks coffee anyway? What the hell? Oh my god. So it's even way worse.
do more work, build out a couple systems, and just take some calls throughout the day, and then we're probably gonna eat at 1, 2 p.m. It's nice outside, so I'll try to record eating outside because I love to get vitamin D while eating. I think it's
So he has no energy in the morning? He still doesn't eat, probably because of a religious belief that it somehow helps with his testosterone. Obviously, it doesn't. It lowers it. And that's why he consumes the coffee, sea toxins, and the salt. He just overloads his body with toxins to produce adrenaline instead of eating real food in the morning.
hack to just increase your metabolism and increase your energy, as opposed to, you know, eating a big meal and, you know, kind of being sluggish after. I think when you eat outside and you're getting sun and you optimize what you're eating specifically, you should get energy from it as opposed to losing energy. So I'm gonna drink a black coffee, do some work, and then I'll show you.
But you don't get energy from coffee. That you do understand, right?
To that first meal. All right, so the first meal's going down.
He just farted?
And then
the eggs sound good. The ground meat also, but at the end of the day, muscle meat is what it is. It's just the muscles of the animal. It's all right. I also eat some muscle meat here and there, but you should base your diet on organs. And if you want high testosterone, then anyway, you should be eating liver.
Yeah, you'd probably get hypervitaminosis.
Testicles, all of the good stuff.
Some organic white rice, but before we eat all this, we're gonna help the digestion with a couple dates.
Organic rice or not, it still has arsenic.
So eat the dates before to break the fast, get the fiber in.
Yeah, he fasts, as in starves. It's clear that he has no energy in the morning, which is why he overloads his body with the toxins, yet he still goes against his own senses and eats later in the day. How can that be good for your hormones?
Thanos $22 tried to tell them, but no, the Avengers are the good guys because they wear cute onesies. Yeah, Thanos might have had a point. Thanks for the donation, Thanos. Burp donated $2. Somebody said burp in chat. I couldn't resist.
I have to burp.
Whoa! Brooklyn! Oh my...
Oh my god.
Okay, thanks for the donation, Burp.
If your body is asking for food in the morning. It makes zero sense. You can't live counterintuitively but expect to have high testosterone. You will have lower.
Tokyo has 37 million people and they get along. Well, no, they really don't. They're antisocial as fuck. So they just work all day and then they go home and do nothing and don't talk or do anything with anybody.
Oh gosh, yeah. Dates, kiwis, oranges. Those are the only fruits you really need to be eating.
Kiwis have oxalates. Oranges are alright. It's a hybrid fruit. It doesn't really exist like that in nature. But you only lowered your testosterone so far. Your testosterone over.
Yeah, those are stupid.
Because of the chevron bracing system, they...
Yes, if only Iron Man did not kill Thanos at the climax of Endgame.
Yeah. Thanos was right. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
They were able to save a lot of money and weight. It was a lighter construct than most other buildings in New York. I think it was 22 pounds a square foot, which is very light. Unfortunately, that made the building swayable. It could move in the wind. That wasn't necessarily a structural problem. It was just, it could have been uncomfortable for the patrons.
The way they could solve this was just, let's add more structural steel and make it a lot stiffer. But
Burp, donate $2, stop skipping.
One for later. I do. Whoa.
Okay, thanks, Burp.
But the solution that Lemessurier came up with was far more elegant.
He adopted something that had been regularly used in bridges, power lines, and ships, but never before in a building. A tuned mass damper, or TMD.
So we're here at Stark Laboratories, and I'm not with Iron Man, but instead the Columbia Space Initiative, a student team here on campus who has helped us build this incredible tuned mass damper system.
We'll use this cart to represent a building. By pulling it back and releasing it, we can excite its resonant frequency.
And then we'll put on a little pendulum, aluminum rod, and a mass at the bottom.
As the building sways, it transfers some of its kinetic energy to the pendulum, which starts to swing. Then some of its energy is dissipated through friction at the hinge. The pendulum and the building oscillate out of phase from each other, so every time the building pulls the pendulum in a different direction, more energy is lost, significantly damping the sway of the tower. But this system needs to be carefully tuned so it has the same frequency as the building itself, and the right amount of friction. So first, the mass needs to be at least 1 to 5% of the building's weight to be effective, and we tune the frequency of the TMD by adjusting the length of the pendulum.
I assume engineers do math around this thing, but we're just doing it by feel.
Second, by loosening or tightening
Me
the bolt,
when chat keeps donating stupid shit. Skip to 0.25.
Okay, thanks for the donation, Tyler. Knee guards, donate $2.
الشعر شوي ايوه شوف سبحان الله تمدد تشوف لا اله الا الله
Bring anybody back from history, who would it be? And don't say that German fella, I know it. So if you
Oh, this is so easy. You're gonna get this like really fast. Ready?
Okay.
It gets you so hard.
Your sister.
Thanks, Kneeguard. Burp donators, can you actually watch more than 3 seconds? Seriously, dude.
What's up?
These girls are gross. Like, they're not even pretty.
I burped inside of the bar we were at. Oh my god. That burp stink so bad. And, damn.
Whoa, that was a fucking...
Okay, thanks for the donation, Burp.
May Thanos rest in peace. Birth date between 1013 and 1018. Death date 2019.
Okay, thanks for the donation, Dodo. Dodo, donators, what kind of cats are those in the background? Those are rats. Yeah, those are rats.
Would you rather be butt raped by the Prophet Muhammad or Hitler? Pick one. No, you can't kill them. In this hypothetical, you are 12 years old. It would be impossible. Also, in this scenario, Muhammad's penis is not 1.5 inches. They have equal length 7 inches.
Probably Hitler, because then I could call him gay afterwards. Thanks for the donation, Hitler rape. Yeah, those are, rats. Dude, who would eat this seeing rats running around? Indian street food is just nasty.
This is the cleanest Indian vendor on the internet. Even though he has no gloves, the food is surprisingly clean along with all his tools. Take a look at how clean that batter is. Look at that old...
It's time for India versus Pakistan. This is how Pakistani street food seller sells gulab jamun. Clean and appetizing. While in India, the situation is quite opposite. Looks like we get free flies dipped in sweet
Well, those are bees.
syrup. Can you count the flies on the sweets? Tell in comments.
Yeah, those are bees. Alright, thanks, Dodo. Burp donators, can you watch at least 2 burp vids?
Hello. Oh my god. Wow, that was. Hey.
I'm gonna try to upload more, but the thing is I can't just sit here and eat these. There's a burp for you.
Alright, thanks for the donation, Burp. Are you going to start doing India versus Pakistan debates? We'll see what happens. It doesn't seem like anybody has any particularly strong political views on the topic, and it also doesn't seem like anybody really cares. You know, it's just two brown people fighting, so nobody cares. There's no Jews to blame, so...
Can tune the amount of damping. We need to dissipate more energy from friction at the hinge to stop the swaying faster.
We just tighten the stop bolt, make the whole system a little bit, add a little bit more resistance, and we'll see if we can dampen it now further. Woo! Yeah, that was great. That's so quick.
Yeah, that was.
It is cool when an experiment works. Does not always happen.
There are many different types of TMDs, like pendulums, liquid columns, and a large mass on springs. LeMessurier used this last one in Citicorp.
What you see is a mass of concrete, which is 29 feet square and about 8 feet thick and weighs 400 tons.
It was installed on the top floor, and it's affectionately known as that great block of cheese. As Citicorp sways to one side, the block starts to move in the same direction. Some
Neck Hurts donated $2.
Are the Ku Klux Klan will always hate niggas.
Your mind. Pause at any moment and remember the number you see. Great. Do you remember the number? Here's a list. Find your number in it. Remember the word.
How are we going to get to Minnesota from here?
Well, why don't we go down to the elephant lot and rent an elephant?
Hey, that sounds nice.
We're taking the bus, nigger!
Okay, thanks, Neck Hurts. And Nig R donated $2 react to this.
Students suspended from Yarra Valley Grammar over this troubling post. Year 11 boys circulating a spreadsheet of their female classmates on messaging app Discord, ranking them top to bottom on their appearance as wifeys, cuties, object, get out, and finally, unrapeable.
Oh, dude, that's just so funny. It's so hilarious how adults take that seriously. Yeah, that's just based. What the fuck, dude? Why does anybody care? Thanks for the donation, dude. Burp donate $2. Watch 2 burp vids, please.
What kind of burp was that? That was more just like gas escaping from my mouth. Fucking snap you?
The people sending burp vids.
We'll take a look at that in a second. Thanks for the donation, DD.
Excuse me?
Alright, thanks, Burp.
Alright.
I dropped a damn piece of sausage on the ground, then waited for some fucking ant to find it. It saw that big-ass chunk of sausage, got all excited, and ran the fuck off to report. While that little shit was off calling for backup, I snatched the sausage and swapped in a fucking rock. The ant squad showed the hell up, only to find no sausage, just a useless-ass stone they couldn't chew. Bet they tore into that poor bastard scout for wasting their damn time. Once all the ants fucked off, I took away the rock and put the sausage back. That same scout came crawling back, checked it out, saw it really was sausage, and rushed off again to report like a dumbass. Back in, only to get fucked the rock out for sausage ground. Came back, saw the sausage again, and angrily ran off to report like he's got something to prove. Again in surprise.
A lot of people don't know about me is I am a transgender man.
Okay. Thanks for the donation, Dee.
Some energy is dissipated through separate viscous dampers. Citicorp's oscillations are damped through those energy losses as the block oscillates out of phase to the building's motion. LeMessurier expected the damper to reduce the amplitude of swaying by roughly 50%, and he saved around $4 million by not needing an additional 2,800 tons of structural steel. With both the chevron bracing to channel forces to the stilts and the tuned mass damper to reduce sway, LeMessurier was convinced the building was structurally sound. On Citicorp Center's opening day in 1977, it was the 11th tallest building in the world. It was described by the press as an acrobatic act of architecture. Later, the American Institute of Architects even gave it an honor award, calling it a tour de force as a stylish silhouette in the skyline, and for the pedestrian, a hovering cantilevered hulk.
So then, it's going swimmingly for
Steven Universe is such a god-awful show, even worse than the Looney Tunes show. All it is a fat kid and lesbian aliens fighting genocidal aliens and forgiving them at the end despite being well genocidal and sheening a bunch of horrible songs such as its theme.
I've never watched Steven Universe, so I wouldn't know, but thanks for the donation, Dodo.
For years, right?
Well, it's going swimmingly for about a year.
But the first hint of trouble came in May 1978. LeMessurier was talking with another client about welding similar chevron braces.
The architect and steel fabricator said, "Tell me, how did those welded braces work out?" See.
Burp donators keep reading it wrong. I'm saying watch at least 2 of the burps per video. Oh.
Ja, jag tänkte flika in med idag och van. Oj.
Okay, thanks for the donation, Burp. Dodo donated $2.
I've watched a lot of your debates on culling carnivorous animals. To be logically consistent, do you think we should start culling humans who follow a carnivore diet? Name the trait that justifies killing the carnivore animal but not the carnivore human.
Yeah, obviously. So, yes, it would be morally justifiable. You know, to cull humans who eat meat. Thanks for the donation, Anonymous. I don't know how more Indians don't get sick and die. Oh my god. I'm never going to India. They just let rats on food? To be fair, those are adorable rats, but still. Oh, look at him. Oh, look at the little rat. He's just letting him munch on the fucking dough. Dude, this is fucking unhinged.
भूमि है वर्तमान में माता जी की यहाँ प्रतिमा लगी है ये निज मंदिर है जो गर्भगृह है माँ करणी जी यहाँ सहस्त्र से 100 साल इस मंदिर के अंदर तपस्या की थी जिन यहाँ रहते थे और वर्तमान में आज माता जी की यहाँ प्रतिमा लगी है ये जो आप देख रहे हैं चट्टानें एक ऊपर एक चट्टानें जिसमें चूना सीमेंट किसी प्रकार का लेप नहीं है वापिस कौन
I remember when I was doing photography, I was in Toronto late one night just doing some street photography, and it was like close to midnight, and when it gets really dark, holy fuck, rats galore. I didn't realize there were so many fucking rats in Toronto. But yeah, when it gets dark and people start like going home and fucking off, holy shit, rats everywhere. They were huge too. They were big ass fucking rats. Oh, is that the... I think that's the temple where they believe like some person turned into rats or something and they worship the rats. Why the hell do you hate rats? Rats are awesome. Rats are better than people. I'd rather save a rat than a person. Street vendor mixes urine with water. I didn't see that. Oh, I see. He was pissing into the bucket. Oh my god, I'm never going to India.
Yeah, let me get one bowl of that fresh pudding. Oh, bless you, brother. Oh, bless you, guns on tight. bless you. You need a tissue, brother? Bless you. You got allergies? Bless you now. All right, now let me get what. All right, now bless you. All right, you want a tissue? Oh, you got one. All right, go ahead and wipe your nose. Brother, don't put your hand in there. You just sneeze. You do it. You're going to get salmonella.
That looks like some good shit. Yeah, dude, India is terrible. Holy fuck. Burp, donate $2.
It sounded like a fizzy one too. Yeah. Probably. Are you required a fishing permit to go fishing there? Yeah. You guys love my burps. Let me know. Oh. And that was amazing. And like even eating with me, everybody.
Okay, thanks, Burp.
That's the Indian rat temple where they see the rats as holy.
Yeah, I've heard of that. Yeah, they think the rat, like some person or god or something turned into rats, some shit like that. Those are really sweet, adorable rats.
At first glance, this temple in northern India looks like any other.
Had a really bad experience with them fucking up my garden once. Another time when one came out of a drainage duct from a restaurant I used to work in. Well, it's not the rat's fault.
pilgrims come here to pray to the saint and goddess Karni Mata.
You're just racist. Rats are good.
But this temple also houses other deities.
Rats.
They run rampant in the courtyards.
Look.
Spill out
Such nice rats.
of doors. Tumble downstairs.
Look at him.
Scurry around corners. And
Look at the little rat.
there's not one, not
Oh, I love rats.
two, but
Dude, one of the best episodes of Hoarders was this guy who was hoarding these rats. Dude, this rat guy from Hoarders was fucking hilarious.
I'm Glenn, self-employed businessman. Some people get really attached to animals like dogs, cats, but not too many people would think of pet rats. Some people say, oh, what would you ever want a rat for? Just don't knock it till you tried it. They're extremely agile, they're highly intelligent, they've got distinctive personalities, but I readily admit that I have way too many rats.
Dude, this guy's story was sad and hilarious. His wife died, and then he became depressed. Then he got, like, a couple pet rats, and, like, one of them got away, and they escaped. And then they just started breeding like fucking crazy. And then before he knew it, his house was infested with rats. And he was like, well, I guess this is my life now. I'm just going to take care of these rats. It's like, what the fuck?
Hoarders, generally, they're very attached to their animal.
Dude, look at this. Look how many rats he has.
It's like most people, but at some point there's an inability to...
Oh my god, that's so many rats. Dude, it's just insane. Thanks for the donation, Sv3rige.
Because rats spread harmful diseases such as the Black Plague and are responsible for the extinction of various. That's why we need carnivorous animals to keep them from overpopulating and to prevent them from spreading fatal diseases that could kill people.
I'm not actually convinced that during the bubonic plague outbreaks in Europe, rats played a significant role. There's practically zero contemporary literature at the time mentioning rats. It all mentions things like...
What are your thoughts on this video that Joey Carbstrong reposted on his Instagram? https://www.
Is this just
right now in Tel Aviv is just huge. There are 10,000 Israelis, Jews and Palestinians that are holding together the pictures of these children in Gaza that have been bombed. And
Joey's a fucking retard. Like, bro, he did all this pro-Palestinian shit, then he fucking makes a video about how halal slaughter is wrong. Then these same fucking pro-Pally fucktards who he thought were like, oh, buddies of his, they all called him out for being a racist and shit. Like, he's such a fucking loser. Joey's a dumbass. Thanks for the donation, Anonymous. Yeah, so if you look at contemporary literature from the time during the bubonic plague in Europe, there's rarely any mention of rats spreading plague. It's all humans spreading plague. So they talk about how you need to avoid people, the plague is spread from person to person, avoid contact, quarantine, don't let people move out of their house if they've been found to be infected. So, like, there's practically nothing of anybody talking about getting rid of rats. So, I don't know where that idea came from, but there doesn't really seem to be much actual evidence that rodents played a significant role in transferring plague. Thanks for the donation though, Dodo. Kashmir is Jews' fault. Donate $2. Jews are to blame because why wouldn't they be? They are the cause of all problems. My penis is necrotic and falling off in big chunks. What is happening between Pakistan and India is escalating, and all of this is due to the Zionist Israeli agenda. Yemen military. Hindutva and Zionism are similar ideologies. Oh god. Are we gonna see, like, a fucking anti-India arc now? Oh jeez. Thanks for the donation, Kashmir. Dodo donate $2 because rats spread harmful disease such as Black Plague and are responsible for the extinction of various... That's why we need carnivorous animals to keep them from overpopulating and to prevent them from spreading fatal disease that could kill people. No, we all just need to make friends with rats. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Base take from a nigger from Africa.
Do you think if you follow women's advice to your tribe,
everything will fail?
Everything will fail.
Since women thinking by feelings, you know.
What happens, do you think, if...
Like, I mean, he's got a point. Thanks for the donation, dude. Dodo, donate $2. I mean, that looks good. Watch 10 seconds. I see that they are boiling beans. Okay, well, they're making falafels. Why do I have to watch this? Okay, skip through this. What looks best? I like the way that looks. I'm not really a big fan of rice noodles. They kind of suck. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Burp donated $2.
Oh my god. Hello. Oh my god. Huh.
You already sent me that one.
Are you a burp person yourself? Wait, why are you scared? Don't be scared. I just want you to admit to it. Just so you are into burp. I've always wanted to not kink shame here. This is.
Hello. Can I burp? You ready?
Yeah, that's where I got my meat. Ooh. Me.
Hello. Can I burp? You ready?
Oh, I already saw that one.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to Gal vs. Food. This time, you guys, I'm getting the burps. There we go. There we go. It just had to come up. Excuse me. Excuse-moi.
Yeah, thanks for the donation, Burp.
Seems like overkill, they thought. And Lemessurier says, yeah, they were fine. Let me call my guys in New York and I'll check.
Black Death is believed to have been the result of plague, an infectious fever, bacterium. Disease is likely transmitted from rodents to humans.
Breaking news, terror attack in Vancouver, Canada. Not gonna send one video I saw, where there were at least 4 or 5 unconscious, possibly dead bodies.
SUV plows into street festival in Vancouver. Driver in custody. Yeah, well, it was bound to happen eventually.
Dude, when another dumb fuck sends $2, just say thanks and don't click on their retarded links. The streams are starting to suck.
You know. Thanks for the donation, Majin Buu. Just gonna make sure, there's no, like, dead bodies on screen. I'd be surprised if this was related to Khalistan. It's either Islamic terrorism or just some unhinged loony. Like on fentanyl or something. But yeah, it was bound to happen eventually. Thanks for the donation, retard. Yeah, good thing guns are banned. Oh man, imagine how dangerous things would be if Trudeau didn't arbitrarily ban a bunch of weapons for no reason. That literally had no effect on crime. Burp donated $2.
I hear my neighbors right now. I also have neighbors.
Oh my god.
Big fucking burp stuck in my...
I'm not.
The worst guys ever. Sorry guys, I gotta let this loose. Oh, but
Thanks, Burp. Ignacio Veg donatillers. Would you fly with this guy? I mean, if he knew what he was doing, sure. Thanks for the donation, dude.
So we put the call into his office in New York, and they say, oh, Bill, didn't you know? We bolted those connections.
The contractor had suggested saving $250,000 by using bolts to attach the braces instead of welds, and Lemaisure's firm had agreed.
There is nothing that says a bolt is inherently worse or better than a weld. You use them in different circumstances for different reasons. But it's a little surprising to find out. I thought the connections in this tour de force, one-of-a-kind skyscraper, that's on the cutting edge of structural engineering, was connected one way.
Dodo donated $2.
5 things in Korea that just make sense. 1. If you press the wrong floor button on the lift, simply press it again so the lift doesn't open on the wrong floor. 2. Pink and yellow seats on public transports are always empty no matter how busy it gets, so pregnant, elderly, or handicapable people always have a seat. Speaking of seats, subway seats are also heated in winter, and if you get cold while waiting for a bus outdoors, guess what? There's a heated indoor waiting space where they announce arriving buses on the intercom, and you can even charge your phone while waiting. Riding the subway and are wondering which side to get off on, look out for the side where the door is flashing.
That's cool.
3 things in Korea that just make sense. In Korea, when you buy a cake, whether it's for yourself or someone special, it doesn't just stop at the dessert. You also get free candles and a free cake knife. And that's not all. When you open the bottom of the cake knife, you will find matches. Yep, and you can light them using the knife itself. It's basically a party in a box. Second, don't even think about tossing your receipts. In Korea, you can scan them at special machines that calculate and give you cash back. Who knew tiny slips of paper could turn into real money? Korea basically turned receipts into mini money makers. Lastly, picture this. You're traveling with friends, and instead of awkward seat arrangements, you just rotate the seats to face each other. Yes, rotating train seats are a thing here. Game changer for group trips and great convos on the go.
3 things in Korea that just make sense. First, in Korea, some stairs have plus 63 seconds and similar messages written on each step, symbolizing how taking the stairs can extend your lifespan by keeping you active. Second, in autumn, trees in Korea are wrapped in fabric to prevent fallen leaves from making the streets look messy, keeping the city clean with less effort. Lastly, many office buildings in Korea stay brightly lit even at midnight because overworking is common. Unfortunately, Korea has a tough work culture where long hours are the norm, and these are the
3 things in Korea that make total sense, but don't exist anywhere else. First, almost every cafe in Korea has built-in storage in their seats. All you have to do is lift up the seat cover and put your bag or jacket in without worrying about losing it. Next, in Korean convenience stores, you'll see 1+1 deals everywhere. Buy one, get one free. Not only does this apply to drinks, but to snacks too. But the best part is that you can come back another time to redeem the deal. All you have to do is give them your receipt and they'll hand you your free drink. And finally, when going to the bathroom, you can find these phone cleaners everywhere. Just put your phone in the pocket, and while you wash your hands, the machine will automatically sanitize it for you. 3 things in Korea.
That's kind of neat. I'd be worried about putting my phone in there and it fucking up. You know, in Korea they eat dogs. It's fucking disgusting. Okay, well that's Korean street food. Dude, kimchi sucks, by the way. I fucking hate kimchi. Kimchi is like just disgusting fucking... It literally tastes like fucking cabbage that's been sitting in a toilet for a week. Burp donated $2.
Hey guys, my name is Video. Just guys, they come out.
Why are you sending me this trash?
Hey there, babe. What you doing? I was thinking burp a lot. I think when I was younger, I used to.
Okay, thanks for the donation, Burp.
Okay, but apparently it's connected another way. But if the braces are going like this, where are they going to go? You know, you only need the weld when the braces are going like this.
Since the gravity load was always compressing the braces, some of the chevrons only went into tension under very high winds, and even then, it wasn't a lot of tension. Lemessurier trusted that his team did the right calculations, and the substitution was fine, logical even. But around a month later, Lemessurier got a phone call from a student who wanted to ask him questions about the Citicorp Center.
His teacher said to him, that engineer didn't know what he's doing, and nobody should put the columns in the middle, they should put them in the corners. That's silly. And I told the student, I said, well, your professor's full of it, he doesn't understand the problem we had to solve.
Lemessurier went through the calculations with the student to reassure him the stilts were in the right place.
But the interesting thing is in that moment, he's thinking about wind loads from all directions. You know, late spring, early summer of 1978. Bill Lemessurier is working on the back of the Hilton Hotel that in plan forms a triangle, not a rectangle. Now you got a triangle, what's your orthogonal direction? You just have to give up and say, we're gonna analyze it from every direction. That's going on the moment that Bill Lemessurier gets this phone call.
Then I called him back and pointed out to him that there's some peculiar things about this building. The worst loading case was not the diagonal, but it was this ordinary wind that everybody thinks about. The wind pushes straight on the building. That was the critical case.
He said, you know what? I've been getting all these calls from all these people. I'm going to sit down and explain this thing.
He decided to double check what happens to the building if wind is hitting a corner of the building, not straight on one of the faces. These are also known as quartering winds. So he split the wind into its perpendicular components, so the west side and north side are hit by the force divided by the square root of 2. He computed the forces for each, as we did before, and summed up the result. But then he noticed...
Burp, donate $2. Okay. I'm making a rule for right now, $3 for me to watch the burp videos, okay? If you only donate $2, I'm only watching one burp video. If you donate $3, I'll watch all of them, but only one video for a $2 burp dono, alright? This is the last time.
I'm all out of fuel. Boop, boop.
Okay, thanks, burp.
Notice something strange.
And now we look at the diagonals. The stresses in half of them vanish, and in the other half, double.
Since the force on each
Is
side
this
was...
true? https://
10 squats every 45 minutes is equal to 10,000 steps per day, a new scientific study found. When your
It is not equivalent to 10,000 steps.
muscles are contracted, they produce very important compounds for your brain, your metabolism, and even the fat burning process. A simple walk does not have the same effect. So if you want to stay young, squat.
Yeah, so that's just pure, utter nonsense. You burn far more calories doing 10,000 steps versus doing 10 squats every 45 minutes. That's just horseshit. Thanks for the donation, Anonymous.
F over this.
Oh my god, burp.
I'm all out of fuel. Boop, boop, boop.
Okay, thanks, burp.
Square root of 2, these beams get double that. Compared to Lemaire's calculations for the perpendicular wind load, the forces here were 40% higher.
So 1.4 by itself is not enough to wreak havoc. Okay, it may be, but it may not be.
Okay.
So then the question is, well, what happens?
This increase in forces wouldn't have mattered in the original design since the chevrons were fully welded together. But that wasn't the case anymore. Lemaitre remembered his earlier phone call. The welds holding the chevrons together were swapped for bolts.
How did his team calculate the number of bolts per joint? Did they consider quartering winds?
It would be a miracle if they ever thought that through, to think about the diagonal wind. It just wasn't in the nature of anybody. So I had a bit of a worry. I didn't panic right away, but I decided to go down to New York to my office.
Lemaitre requested the building diagrams and pored over all of the connections. He looked at how his firm calculated the number of bolts.
There was no question they had taken straight-on wind, not the diagonal wind.
Although wind speed is highest at the top of the tower, the wind shear builds up as you go lower. Looking at this brace around halfway down the tower, the perpendicular wind load is 454 tons. Because of the skipped columns, all of these braces carry the same gravity load, just 340 tons, from the 8 stories above. The gravity load builds up in the center column, not in the braces, which means there are 114 tons of tension in this brace. If each bolt can withstand around 28 tons, that would require 4 bolts.
You're welcome, Richard. Enjoy. Ha ha.
Round 2.
Thanks, Burp.
The original calculations said just 4 bolts were enough, so that was all they used. But when he added quartering winds, Lemaire's calculations showed there were some braces that needed far more bolts.
At this particular part of the building, which I can show you on my calculations, is right about here. And Bill LeMessurier talked about the 30th floor. I always wondered, why was it the 30th floor?
The 40% increase from quartering winds means that this brace has a wind load of 635 tons. The tension in the brace is...
Poppy Chef donated $2. Okay, thanks, Poppy Chef.
Now 295 tons, over double the original calculation. So these braces actually need around 10 bolts, not 4.
But then it turned out they had done something else.
Lemaire's firm considered the braces to be minor structural elements. They didn't use the right factor of safety to calculate the number of bolts. They should have overestimated the tension in the brace by underestimating the gravity load. With only 75% of the gravity load, the tension in the beam is now 380 tons. So they really needed 14 bolts, but they used only 4.
This thing is in real trouble.
You imagine, what Bill LeMessurier was thinking at that moment. You see that number, and you're like, oh my God, this is serious. It's really serious.
Lemessurier was starting to panic. He didn't want to rush to conclusions, so he flew to Canada to check his calculations with Alan Davenport at the Boundary Layer wind tunnel. After running more tests, they found that it was even worse than Lemessurier thought. The estimated 40% increase in stress was technically correct, but Lemessurier made his calculations assuming the building wasn't moving. This is called static conditions. But the wind tunnel gave Lemessurier a dynamic analysis, how the forces change when the building is moving around. To Lemessurier's horror, the wind tunnel analysis showed that the stresses could increase up to 60% more than originally anticipated. Lemessurier squirreled himself away in Maine and worked through the data from the wind tunnel again, joint by joint on every floor. The weakest joints were at the building's 30th floor. If those failed, the entire building would fall. But what were the chances that a storm strong enough to topple the building would pass through New York City? Lemessurier dug through the historical weather reports. On average, a storm strong enough to tear the building apart occurred every 67 years, but only if the tuned mass damper was working. If a storm knocked out power, then even 110 km/h winds blowing for just 5 minutes would collapse.
Look how many videos there are.
These people are just retarded.
You need to put $3 burp vids on her blue letter list, lol.
Yeah, I'm considering moving it to $5. This is kind of retarded.
Maybe?
So, I like my Snapchat. You should go and follow it.
Some girls are like, excuse me, little.
What was that, Jasper? What was that?
Alright, thanks, Burp.
Want you to make me a Krabby Patty!
Guys, kingmakers!
What? What? And I want...
What a beautiful day in New York. Holy shit, that plane's gonna hit the World Trade Center. I gotta do something. Alright, Cheesy. Time to become an American hero.
No!
That was stupid. That was a good one. Thanks for the donation, Dickers.
The building. In any given year, the chance of a storm that size happening was 1 in 16. Just 1 year before Citicorp was completed, wind gusts of 110 km/h roared through New York City as Hurricane Belle passed through.
What do you think this moment was like for Lemessurier when he ran these calculations? Like,
oh, it must have been devastating. I mean, it just must have been, I can't imagine the fear. I can't imagine the feelings. I mean, like, it just must have been truly a moment he never thought he would live through.
That storm was going to fall down in my lifetime. And since this was July, it could fall down the summer of 1978.
Lemessurier needed to decide and decide fast, but revealing this mistake could mean lawsuits, bankruptcy, and professional ruin. He could stay silent, only Davenport knew, and he wouldn't reveal anything, or he could entirely disappear. In a later interview, he admitted, "I did say to myself, I could drive down the main turnpike at 100 miles an hour and deliberately drive into a bridge abutment. That would be the end, and all of this would go away. I thought about that." But there was a 1 in 16 chance of collapse that very fall. With thousands of lives at risk, there was never any other choice but to act. After speaking to a few lawyers and other engineering experts, Lemessurier told the architect Stubbins, and together they informed Citicorp's chairman Walter Wriston.
I have unlimits.
Well, if you have unlimited money, burp videos are now $5, okay? Oh my god, this is getting just exhausting. $5 now. Anything below $5 and you send me burp vids, I'm only watching one. $5, I'll watch them all, okay?
Feel my stomach. Hey, where's Abby?
Okay, thanks for the donation, burp.
Within hours of that meeting, Lemessurier acquired emergency generators for the tuned mass damper. The TMD was originally designed to stabilize any swaying for comfort, but now it became the crutch that the tower leaned on. Lemessurier pinned all his hopes on it.
He called the confidential repair plan Project Pandora, but that sounded ominous, so he came up with the Special Engineering Review of Events Nobody Envisioned, or Project Serene for short.
Each night, welders would enter the building after everyone left, rip off the sheetrock around the chevron beams, and then weld 2 5-centimeter thick, 2-meter-long steel plates on each joint.
Like Band-Aids, literally Band-Aids on both sides of these joints.
$5. Burp. 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 Burp.
Whoa.
Wish I could charge $100 for this. Dude, I'd be a millionaire.
Loser burp.
Gente, eu tô aqui com a Isabela Bichara, que foi no Pânico, a menina roto.
Okay, thanks for the donation, burp.
After, they'd replace...
No, make it $3 per video instead of $3 per dono. Lol.
That's a little too complicated. But thanks for the donation, Vegan Irishman.
Place the wall and clean everything up before the office workers came back the next morning. They needed to weld over 200 joints, and Lemessurier ranked them by importance, starting with the ones on the 30th floor. But the repairs wouldn't be completed before hurricane season, so Citicorp worked with the Red Cross to develop a 10-block evacuation plan.
Like, how many people were at risk in the building? And if it fell, would it affect other buildings? Like, were there chances of it leading to something more disastrous?
Absolutely. This would have toppled. And it would have toppled into another building, which would have toppled into another building, which would have continued a horrific process. So it was untold what the ultimate effects could have been.
I mean, like, just the evacuation plans were how many people?
Thousands. The building itself housed thousands. And then the residents and the businesses surrounding the building, it was into the thousands.
Despite the risk, they decided not to tell the public, or even the office workers in the building. No one wanted a mass panic. Instead, they fitted strain gauges on important structural members. The
Burp donated $5.
How to burp?
Thanks, Burp.
Gauges monitored the skyscraper's every bend and twist from a comm center 8 blocks away. At least that would give them a little bit of warning. But this plan required new telephone lines, and the phone company wouldn't get around to doing it.
Fart donated $2. I'm only watching like 2 of these. Okay, thanks for the donation, Fart.
This for months. So Citicorp's chairman immediately called AT&T's president, and the lines were installed the next morning.
Now, you might not be able to install emergency telephone lines at a whim, but you can still stay connected no matter what. We either have to pay, we're dealing, we want to be dealing for 180 plan, then actively do the import. Yeah, choose again.
Project Serene under wraps, people started asking questions. On August 8th, Citicorp released a statement about the repairs.
No, we had to cook up a line of bull, I'll tell you. And white lies at this point are entirely moral. You don't want to spread terror in the community to people that don't need to be terrorized. We were terrorized, no question about that.
Several newspapers reported on it, but they didn't have the details. Then, Lemessurier got a message. The New York Times was trying to reach him. If he didn't respond, they would know something was up.
So I mixed a martini for myself, and it's 6:01. I dialed the New York Times. I pick it up, the phone. They pick up the phone. It's a tape recorder saying, the New York Times has gone on strike as of 6 o'clock. Not only did the New York Times go on strike, but all the newspapers in New York went on strike until October. So we had a press blackout, and that was the greatest thing that ever happened.
The press was off their back, and the weather was beautiful. The repair work continued smoothly. But late August brought the news everyone had been dreading.
Hurricane Ella starts brewing in the Caribbean, and this is the one storm that they're nervous about.
The repairs were halfway done.
Burp donated $5.
I'm done. Me. Oh Lord. Stop.
Speaking of fatty, whose is this? I'm eating it then.
Okay, thanks, Burp.
And by now.
I think it was a 1 in 200 year storm that it could withstand, but Lemessurier wasn't taking chances because he didn't know the intensity of the storm, and this was a strong storm.
So there was a chance.
There was absolutely a chance, and they had to prepare for that chance.
By Friday, September 1st, Ella was making her way toward New York with winds reaching 200 kilometers per hour. City officials braced to start the evacuation. Police would go door to door to get everyone out within a 10-block radius. For 24 tense hours, Ella stalled around North Carolina.
Like Lemessurier said, we were sweating blood.
But sometime in the night, Hurricane Ella veered off into the sea at the last minute. It intensified and hit Canada with peak winds of 225 kilometers per hour. But Citicorp was safe. Lemessurier described that next morning in New York as the most beautiful day that the world's ever seen. They completed the repairs in October, just 6 weeks after Lemessurier told Citicorp.
Now, the building, according to Lemessurier, can withstand a 1 in 1,000 storm.
The repairs cost between $4 and $5 million, but Lemessurier argued that Citicorp approved an earlier building design that cost.
If you play Half-Life 2 Episode 2, I can take a break from burp donos.
Alright, we'll do that in a bit. Thanks for the donation, Burp.
5 to 6 million more, so they were willing to spend that much on the skyscraper anyway. And for almost 2 decades, the secret was confined to a small inner circle. But in 1995, the New Yorker finally brought Project Serene into the light. Far from being vilified, Lemessurier was praised for owning up to his mistake and fixing the issue as soon as possible. After the article, New York updated the building code to require quartering wind calculations. And since that first damper in Citicorp, TMDs have spread across the globe, allowing architects to push skyscrapers taller and slimmer.
It's the first tall building in the world ever built with mechanical help to make the structure work. That's remarkable. Incidentally, that has been now copied 100 times in Japan. This is ubiquitous, and when I go to Japan, I'm treated like a tin god because I'm the father of the tuned mass damper. I said, really?
Of the 20 tallest buildings in the world, 6 include a tuned mass damper. And
Hoppy Chef donated $2.
What are your thoughts on Huel? Can I start skipping meals and just drink Huel? Can I replace all food calories with Huel?
Huel's fine. I don't know why you'd do that. You're probably better off just eating food. Like, I mean, you're an adult, you can do whatever you want, but I would say it's probably better to just eat real food. but heals fine. Thanks for the donation, dude. Yeah, that's fake. Thanks for the donation, Poppy Chef.
They're especially critical in typhoon or earthquake-prone regions. For example, Taipei 101 has a massive 660-ton pendulum that stabilizes the building. It can withstand up to 200 km/h winds and earthquakes with magnitudes over 6.8.
But the legacy of this building is still steeped in controversy. First, who was the mysterious student that started it all?
I think it was spring of 1978. There's a student at Princeton, an undergraduate student by the name of Diane Hartley, and she's studying structural engineering. It was time for her to consider a senior thesis, and they decided that a study of the new Citicorp tower would be wonderful.
It's a remarkable thesis. It contains a lot of the original engineering calculations by the engineers.
She's looking through the documentation. Where do they consider quartering winds? And she's not seeing it. And I must be wrong, she says. She's just an undergraduate student, and you guys are award-winning structural engineers. The engineer explains to Diane Hartley, quartering winds are not a factor in this building. So she's satisfied. She graduates. That's it. Doesn't think about it again.
But a year after the New Yorker article, the BBC released a documentary on the crisis.
And so she was holding her baby, and she turned on the television, and lo and behold, she heard them reference a conversation with a student, an engineering student from New Jersey, reaching out to Lemessurier. And she said, I almost dropped my baby. And then so she just assumed, for years afterwards, she assumed that it wasn't me, because I didn't speak to Lemessurier.
But then in 2003, her thesis advisor told Diane that he checked all the other New Jersey engineering and architecture programs, and no one else was working on a project about Citicorp in 1978. She was the only one.
She never spoke to Lemessurier personally. She never claimed to speak to Lemessurier personally. The assumption was that either Lemessurier was mistaken and that it was Diane Hartley who made the call, it was a female, or more likely that Lemessurier was basically tipped off by his New York engineers.
Then, in 2011, a man named Lee DeCarolis came forward.
And the phone call, as we understand it, came from a student at the New Jersey Institute of Technology. His name is Lee DeCarolis.
He's not asking for money. He's not asking for fame or glory. He's just saying, this is interesting, and I'm the guy who made this call. And he said, yeah, I had a conversation with Bill Lemessurier, and he pretty much lined up with what Lemessurier himself said.
Sadly, Lemessurier passed away in 2007 before he could confirm the student's identity.
Believe it or not, 40 years later, I learned a lot of raw feeling still on this. People aren't anxious to talk about this, especially people that were involved in it. Even people that weren't involved in it, but were tangentially involved in it.
We reached out to Lemessurier Associates, and they refused to respond to our request.
You think that they would, the namesake for their company stood up and did the right thing, but I don't think they want to be associated with mistakes.
Their project description for Citicorp doesn't even mention the repairs. The building was sold to Boston Properties in 2001, who renamed it 601 Lexington. They also didn't respond to our request for comment and refused to let us film inside the building.
Further questions arose in 2021 with a new study from the National Institute of Standards and Technology. They wanted to see if quartering winds were more demanding for a building like Citicorp.
Although they did conclude that the pressure from perpendicular winds was greater, their analysis didn't include any internal structure specific to Citicorp.
As for Lemessurier, the engineering field still regards his actions as upstanding, and the Citicorp case is taught all over the world as a case of good engineering ethics. In fact, in my own engineering ethics course, I learned about the Citicorp building.
Every structural engineer experiences this. When you actually feel the weight.
Nick Gers donated $2.
Shit, you got some big ass tits, don't you?
I have another big thing, baby boy.
Oh, I like that. I like that. You thought that you was in the room. I don't give a fuck. What the? Oh.
Sv3rige donated $2. Hey Richard, I ordered the Rogue Monster utility bench with the Thompson Fat Pad today, the one I asked about a couple nights ago. It's 500 USD with shipping, taxes for me. I'm so freaking excited. I was using a cheap Walmart bench for 2 years, thanks. Yeah, dude, that is the absolute best fucking bench on the market. Like, it blows everything out of the fucking way. Your mind is gonna be fucking blown with how good that bench is. It's extraordinarily good. Thanks for the donation though, CDG.
Brother's feet earlier until my mom told me to stop wait until he is born.
Wait, what did it say?
I was tickling my little brother's feet earlier until my mom told me to stop wait until he is born.
I see.
Nicker. Oh!
All right, thanks for the donation, Nick Gers.
Of the responsibility. You're saying, based on my engineering, that building is going to stand up. Nobody else worries about it. And so if you think about the emotional pressure that Bill LeMessurier was under, and then needing to come back and do something about it, and to mobilize, and to hold that during this entire process, it's truly a remarkable story. I mean, I can't imagine it. I can't imagine it.
I said, look, if you got a license from the state and a certification from the university first, and now you're going to use that license to hold yourself out as a professional, you have a responsibility beyond yourself. If you see something that is a social risk, good heavens, this thing would kill thousands. You must do something. You must do something.
This is not a clickbait video, but we're going to compare my test results, my lab results, blood work, to Alex Eubanks' blood work. Now, mind you, he's on, as he claims, 200 milligrams of testosterone a week, whilst I'm 6 weeks out from my pro show, Toronto Pro in men's classic division. I'm doing 750 milligrams of test.
Do they have, I don't know if it's just the pro show or if it's, yeah, I don't think they have the, whole thing in Toronto anymore. All right, thanks for the donation, 9014. Appreciate it.
A week, 50 milligrams of Proviron a day, 7.5 units of GH a day, and 50 mcgs of Cytomel, plus 100 mcgs of T4 a day. And yet, my blood work is way better than his.
Surprised he's taking T4, not T3.
Something is just not right about Alex Eubanks' claims of doing 200 milligrams of test a week. Let's talk about it. But he did say that he is on 200 milligrams of testosterone a week, and he did post his blood work a couple of weeks ago. Even Greg Doucette made a video about it. I didn't watch Alex Eubanks' video. I did watch Greg Doucette's video, and I watched it yesterday, and I happened to notice that most of his results are unhealthier than mine. In fact, some of his markers are actually kind of concerning, to the point where I wouldn't probably even...
Okay, so first of all, Greg was freaking out about his creatinine levels. Creatinine is not a marker of kidney health. It's a marker of, like, a bunch of different things, but it's primarily things related to metabolism and, like, your muscle cells. So if you're taking a lot of creatine and doing intense vigorous exercise, your creatinine levels are generally going to be elevated. Because, again, your muscles are using up more creatine, converting it into creatinine, and then your markers are going to be elevated. You need to measure cystatin in order to actually measure kidney function, which he didn't do. If I remember correctly, some of his liver values were elevated. You wouldn't get elevated liver values from just doing testosterone. So some of the shit that people are, like, saying that, oh, it's from the test. People aren't also considering, you realize he could be taking recreational drugs. This guy is admitted to suffering from suicidal depression. He's admitted to binge drinking. I mean, just look what the guy does. Like, he goes out and parties and stuff. Like, he could just be taking a number of other recreational drugs, and that's why some of these markers are off.
Continue prep if I had the same blood work.
I don't like where this is going.
Yet he claims or says that 200 milligrams of testosterone for him is basically TRT. And notice how people use TRT now like it's the normal thing, like it's the new natural. Bruh. Right? Yeah, I'm on TRT, I'm good. I'm not taking steroids. No, bro, you are. And you might as well do a DAD cycle. The DAD cycle, 500 milligrams of test, 5 units of GH a day, and basically you really reap the benefits. I don't think there's much of a difference between 250 and 500 in terms of side effects, but apparently there might be based on Alex.
500 milligrams of test per week is a lot. You would, in all likelihood, have side effects from taking 500 versus 250. I don't know why the hell he's saying that. 5 units of growth hormone per day is also a lot. Like, I know there's some pro bodybuilders that go up to 18 units, but like 5 units is still a lot. Like, that's well above replacement doses.
Alex Eubanks' blood work. Another alarming thing that he says when he displays his blood work is that he says he doesn't even know what these markers are.
Globulin, whatever the hell that is.
Personally, when I do my blood work, I am generally more, I guess, I wouldn't say informed, but like I'm more conscious about them than my own doctor. Like I know what to expect and what to look for, and I know when to be concerned, and I know why there are certain things that are high based on what I'm using. And the fact that he says, oh, I don't know what that is, or I don't know what these are at all, is kind of strange considering that it's your health.
Get some help.
But anyways, we're not going to talk about it. Everyone has different ways of doing things, and everyone has a certain level of care towards themselves and towards their health. We're not going to start dictating to people that they should be more health aware. Hence, I mean, I generally push the DAD cycle thinking it's way better than TRT in terms of what you get against the side effects. But I might change my mind based on what we're seeing in Alex Eubanks' video. But what does this mean about my own genetics? Well, first of all, let's take a look at his kidney and liver functions. So first of all, we have the urea.
Again, creatinine does not measure kidney function. It's just not what it is.
29, and the range is 7 to 25. Now, when we look at mine, obviously the units here are different and the ranges are different because I'm in Canada, but my urea is still, I would say, in the normal range. The range is 3 to 8. I'm 8.2. That's like a single digit different percentage. But when we look at his is actually quite higher than the average, like 7 to 25, and his is 29. That's almost about 15 to 20% higher than what it's supposed to be. That is not a good thing.
That was easy.
Second of all, his creatinine levels. Now, creatinine is very important because it basically measures the kidney functions, how well your kidneys are doing in filtering everything out. We're talking the protein, we're talking chemicals, we're talking toxic substances. The kidneys and the liver are your detox. You don't need to do these weird detox teas and chais and whatever the people are promoting on Instagram. There's no such thing as a detox per se. There is an aid, something that can help the kidneys and the liver, but generally these are the machines that detox your blood. Now, his creatinine ranges 0.6 to 1.4. His is 1.63. Again, that is over 20% of the normal range. Now, let's take a look.
Again, this would be suspected of somebody eating a high protein diet, doing intense training regularly, and taking like supplements like creatine.
At mine again, it's 119 and the range is 55 to 110. Basically, my percentage of how much higher it is still less than his. My kidney.
So, no, that's not what you're using. Two different measurements. So his measurement is per deciliter, his is per liter.
These are doing way better than his.
You need to
both
convert
the creatine
oh my God.
and the urea.
Come on, man.
Mind you, he's
Yeah, what he's saying doesn't make any sense. These are two different measurements. Yeah, it's millimoles per liter. Let me see. Creatinine, millimoles per liter. Milligrams per... Oh, it's micromoles. So 119. No. Fuck. Am I doing this wrong? Micromoles. Milligrams per deciliter. .35 milligrams per deciliter. What was Alex Eubanks? His is 1.63. Okay, that would be 1.35 milligrams per deciliter. So, yeah, his would still be lower. But yeah, the percentage change is different because it's a different measure. It's a different unit of measurement.
Oh, man. Mind you, he's on a TRT dose, which is what is supposed to be TRT, testosterone replacement therapy.
So that was a f***ing lie.
That is supposed to be what your body should make. Why is his kidneys doing not well on a dose that his body is supposed to be used to? This is what I don't understand. I'm on 750 milligrams of testosterone a week, plus 350 milligrams of Proviron a week. That is over a...
Like, I don't know why anybody is assuming this is from taking testosterone. Like, again, these might be numbers that are normal for him and aren't unusual. He might also be taking other recreational drugs, which he likely is.
Gram of androgens a week, over a gram, plus the T3, plus the T4, plus the GH. And my kidney functions are doing much better. That tells me that, I don't know, am I a genetic freak or is he really not being honest about the doses? He also says that he has gained about 15 pounds of muscle since he went on TRT. I mean, I have a long history with steroid use. And I remember my first cycle. My first cycle was heavy, man. 750 milligrams of testosterone anthate a week. It was Sustanon. 750 milligrams of Sustanon a week. 500 milligrams of equipoise a week. 50 milligrams of Anadrol a day. And I gained almost the same. About 15, like anywhere between 14 and 18 pounds. He's claiming that he gained that through TRT. Something is wrong, man.
It's the biggest piece.
He clearly did not gain 15 pounds of muscle. Like, that's obvious. He didn't really grow that much.
It's a dog shit.
Let's take a look at his liver. AST 47 ranges 10 to 40. Again, a little bit high, and I don't even understand why. Why would your liver not be functioning well if you're on a human dose, as you claim, of testosterone? Something is very wrong here.
Yes, he's obviously taking other recreational drugs. If you're an alcoholic, you're going to have elevated liver enzymes.
It doesn't make sense. And mind you, it's not just I'm taking that much more gear, but I'm also taking that much more supplements probably. I'm taking all the finasteride, all kinds of supplements to balance out all the shit that I'm using, the vitamins, etc., etc. I take vitamin B12 injections every week. Like, I'm taking a lot more stuff. Let's take a look at my liver functions. AST or ALT, they're both kind of the same. 32, it's the same range, 5 to 40, and I'm 32. I'm actually pretty well in terms of my liver functions. So again, something doesn't make sense. Now this is the big one. I think this is one of the most important things, the cholesterol. So his cholesterol total is fine. His HDL is actually...
His cholesterol numbers are just fine. They're not perfect. Like 89 is ideally you'd want to be under 70. 89's not particularly high. He would want to lower that a bit. His cholesterol total, again, most people can probably get it below 120, but it's fine. His HDL is slightly low considering. Like, you'd probably expect it to be closer to 50 or maybe 60, but it's... HDL does not matter.
A little low. That is not good. But, I mean, as long as the ratios are fine and the triglycerides are fine, you're technically...
cholesterol to HDL ratio doesn't matter. It's not predictive.
Technically okay. So the HDL is a little on the down low. The triglycerides are fine. LDL cholesterol is good. The cholesterol versus the HDL ratio is a little... I mean, some of his results are a little bit off, the 3.6 and the 2.1. Let's take a look at my cholesterol results. There we go. Triglycerides, cholesterol total, LDL, HDL, everything is in check. I don't know. Are we talking super genetics? I can't really say that about myself. Or is Alex Eubank lying about his cycle? All right, guys. So this is where it gets concerning. Remember, I told you in the video that there were some things that are a little concerning. It's that. It's his blood viscosity. The hemoglobin and the hematocrit, they...
I hate niggers. Donated $2. Oh, that's... Whatever.
Animal look-alike. What animal do I look like?
Yeah, show speed, monkey. I hate eye show speed.
Take it, bro.
Wait, driver, wait.
Wait. No, give it right here. Yo, open that shit. You gonna love it. You're gonna love it.
Out the way.
You're gonna love it.
Wait, guys.
You're gonna love it. Woo, 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 woo.
Monkeys with the most R. Cornelius. Curious George. King Kong. Oh, I love King Kong. Caesar, my boy.
Yeah, eye show speed. He is a monkey. Thanks for the donation, dude.
They are very high. And this is the video, go watch it, that I made about the silent killer, which is blood clots. And this is usually of a combination of thick blood, which can happen from what we're seeing here in Alex Eubank's test results, and high blood pressure. This is how Joe Linder passed away. It started as a blood clot and it traveled to his brain and became an aneurysm. This is dangerous. His hemoglobin is 17.8. That is well over the range. It's a little bit over the range, but still, like, there are certain things that should not be over the range. Creatinine, FYI, doesn't really matter in terms of my situation where it's a little bit over. That's because I have a lot more muscle. But in Alex Eubanks' case, it was significantly higher. It's a red flag. Hemoglobin or anything out of the ordinary in terms of the actual blood panel, that
it is not a red flag. If you want to test kidney function, you need to test cystatin. So, no, not a red flag.
I would be very concerned about. His hematocrit is 52.2 and the range is 18 to 50. Again, over the range. Again,
Yeah, so this is why you do bloodletting. So he just has to draw blood.
I know because I've done it before. That usually happens on much higher doses of...
No. 50% of men on TRT doses, so that's going to be anywhere between like 1 and 200 milligrams per week, they're going to have elevated hematocrit. It's just a side effect of TRT. or just taking testosterone. It's just what it does. Especially if you're doing like once or twice a week injections, and especially if you're on shorter esters like an enthate, then you're at higher risk. If you do daily injections with cypionate, then you're less likely to have it, but it's just what testosterone does. Like, this is why, they have to draw blood. So, no. What he's saying here is just not true.
Of testosterone, or there is another compound that causes a side effect of blood thickening, and that is equipoise. Equipoise does cause your blood to thicken even at low doses as 300 milligrams a week.
So does testosterone, and 300 milligrams a week is not a low dose.
Now, what would be my guess? Maybe Alex is on 200. I would say he's probably lying about that. I'd say he's probably on maybe 300, maybe 400 milligrams of testosterone, but that's not what's causing the blood to thicken. I think what's causing the blood to thicken is that he is taking another compound such as equipoise that's causing the blood to thicken. He might be on a lower dose, but that's gotta be it. There has to be something contributing to this blood thickness. A guy at Alex Eubanks' age and health, considering he's all natural, he's on TRT, this is not supposed to happen. Let's take a look at my hematocrit and hemoglobin. Now, mind you, I am over a gram of juice a week. First of all, my red blood count and my hemoglobin are fine. 166, the range is 140 to 75. My hematocrit, 0.5.
So I can guarantee you it's because this guy's drawing blood regularly.
502. And the range is 0.500. I would say in the normal, like tiny bit, a hair over the normal range. I'm not being more forgiving towards myself. It's just the fact that I'm on that much more, and I am that much more older. If something was off, like if I had the same test results week, so again, over a gram, this is what Greg had to say. Your blood work is better than most people doing even 200 milligrams of test. Genetics for handling test is way better than most. If everyone had genetics like you, they could probably handle doing the dad cycle and not ruin their health. But the problem is, for example, other natural bodybuilders, even such as Alex Eubanks, blood work is worse than yours. Oh shit, he's only on 160 milligrams of test. I thought from the video, Alex was, I thought he was on 200. 160, definitely lying.
So that was a lie.
What percentage of your body weight did you lose during your last cut? How many weeks did it take? Well, I lost 70 pounds in 3 months, so I went from 276 to 206 in 3 months. That was back in, I think that would have been like late October or early November. After 3 months of dieting, then I took a couple months break, and I think I've been dieting for maybe two months at this point. Maybe 3. I think it's been about 2. And I don't know how much weight I lost. I have been losing weight more slowly because I'm eating more than I was when I lost 70 pounds in 3 months. But Jasmine left and she took the scale and I haven't bothered replacing it. So I don't know how much weight I've lost since then.
Greg continues to say, I'm honestly surprised that you can take 7.5 units of GH a day, 750 milligrams of test a week, plus the Proviron, and have this blood work result. Just about how well your genetics.
Another talk. Cars thing. The Ferrari 12 Cylindri has been revealed. It's out. People.
All right. Neutering your pets is a good idea.
Why did Jasmine take the scale when she's prone to getting fat and doesn't work out? Was it just to bother you? Also, can you play HL2 episode 2 now? It's getting late and you're gonna be like, it is late, I'm going to retire for the night. Thanks everybody.
I don't think she intended to hit me or anything, but...
LOL, I was typing the donation out and sent it just as I heard the HL2 intro sound, never mind that.
Well, thanks for the donation, Sv3rige. Oh, the fuck?
You're such a noob at this game, lol.
Alright, well thanks for the donation, Sv3rige. Appreciate it. What the hell's in there? The fuck? Huh, weird. Hell yeah. Alex Vance is a babe. Ah, shit. Ah, god damn it. Motherfuck. Oh, what a bitch, dude. I can't believe that. Where am I? She, There we go. Nah, I'm not gonna play Black Mesa. It's not very good. Hell yeah. Donate $2. Iran has a yearly tradition that includes a blackface, and it's made UNESCO cultural heritage.
سرای سردار بفرمایید نخیر نیست بگو ببینم سیاهی چی هستی چی هستی ثبات مواد داری یا بی ثباتی اسم شبو میدونی
That is very weird. Well, thanks for the donation, haha. Oh shit. Fuck. Easier said than done. Can you fucking shoot these things faster? God damn. This is Half-Life 2, Episode 2. A lot of youngsters have never even heard of this game, and you are really missing out. They're going to be coming out with Episode 3 in all likelihood this year. It seems like they're planning on having it coincide with the release of their new VR headset. So, probably this year, if not this year, like early next year or something, but really fucking soon. And if you've never played a Half-Life game, they are very, very unique. There really hasn't been any other first-person shooter that's been made that's anything like it. Damn it. Okay, I don't know if I can just... Ah, damn. No. Eh. There we go. Time did I wake up? Well, woke up at about 7 a.m. Then I did a workout and everything. Then because I lost enough weight this week and I also was just exhausted, had blood sugar, low blood pressure. I just ate more, ordered some French fries, ate them just to recover from the week. And then the power went out. So then I decided to just take a nap, and then when the power turned back on, that's when I woke up. And then, now I'm streaming. Shit. Damn. Thoughts on Kanye's new song? Don't fucking care, dude. rather not talk about Kanye because all he's trying to do is get as much attention as possible at any expense. Couldn't care fucking less what that dumbass has to say. Are they gonna just keep spawning? It looks like they're dead now. Yeah. No. I'm confused. Am I not supposed to use that as a ramp? It's not letting me go up. I don't know. Maybe not. Oh shit. Fuck. Fuck! Ah, those... Motherfucker. No! Oh my god. Oh my god. Fucking head crabs. Alright, doesn't look like anything's in there. Doesn't look good. What am I trying to get to? Oh. I think I understand. Yeah, see, this is why Half-Life is so cool. It's like only Half-Life where you do this sort of shit. Okay, so now I have to run that car over to the other side. Oh boy. I might have fucked that up. Fuck. Yeah, I fucked that up. God damn it. Ah. No, lower plant protein bioavailability doesn't mean you have to eat 10 to 20% more. Hell yeah. Got him. I'm pretty sure the Vortigaunt is gonna do the thing.
Great driving, Gordon.
Well done, Freeman.
Oh my god. Look at this car. We scored. Shotgun. Oh, unless you want it.
I fear a more urgent errand demands our attention. There are advisors yet unhatched.
We'll keep on the lookout.
This road will take you near White Forest, but be wary that others may use it as well.
I can't tell you how grateful I am.
Our bonds are of nature and require no gratitude.
Aww. Gave the Vortigaunt a kiss. Oh, that's nice.
Stay safe.
Likewise. And farewell.
Yeah, I get about 0.75 grams protein per pound of body weight.
Should have known it wouldn't be as easy as just driving down the road. Looks like we'll have to take a detour.
Dude, Half-Life 3 is gonna be so fucking dope. Can't imagine how good that game is gonna be. Bro, this game came out in like 07.
A radio tower. If it's working,
It's almost 20 years old.
Forest. They've got no idea the Combine's heading their way.
Yeah, if you check Odyssey, I have a lot of my old videos up on Odyssey.
I'll watch the car. Nobody's home. Wonder how long it's been deserted.
Dodo, donate $2. What do females do all day? They live the same amount of hours as you do, so literally what are they doing? Literally nothing. It's hair, makeup, bubblegums, gossiping with their stupid dumb bitch friends, and
They must have a
I don't know,
transmitter
sucking
in one
dick
of
or
these
something.
buildings.
But yeah, women have very boring fucking lives. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. CDG donate $2. If you press shift while driving, you can go fast. Yeah, I fucking know, dude. Thanks for the donation.
Well, here's the transmitter. No power, though. Let's see if we can get some electricity going.
I see. Damn it! Oh, I pressed the wrong fucking button. Mother of a fuck. How is that not breaking open?
We'd better try to get power to the transmitter, Gordon.
Yeah, no shit. That's what I'm trying to do, bitch. What in the fuck? Oh.
I'll keep a lookout while you poke around inside.
I literally didn't have to do that. Dodo don't tell us Jasmine used to gossip to her friends about you. Oh yeah. Mad shit talking behind my back. Probably did, but not to your knowledge. Also, at least Jasmine played games and had some hobbies, just not stuff she wanted to do with you, I guess. It's a biological thing or societal thing that causes women to be boring. Well... Look, people always talk about nature versus nurture, but what created the nature, right? So it's genes. So fundamentally, all of this societal shit that happens, it's down to genes. But, women are more into activities that are less risk adverse, and they're also non-competitive.
Gordon, hide. Hunters. They're out there.
So, you know, they're gonna be less into video games, sports, you know,
The door. Here it comes.
or shit like that.
They're not gonna catch me up.
But thanks for the donation, Dodo. Dodo Donny Tillers, how much would you need to be paid in order for Jasmine to be with you for the rest of your life as partner? It would have to be like billions. If her parents won the lottery and wanted to stick her with you for life and she was cool with it, then how much would you need to be paid? Probably have to be billions. Like, yeah. Yeah, it'd have to be billions. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. I don't know if this is good. Got one of them.
all of them.
Dodo Donny Tillers, could you imagine having these positions you have on women like 2 years ago? I don't think it's all that different. Not like you were ever an SJW, but I think you were more of a feminist back then. Also, did you hear Jasmine should talk about you? Or you just assumed she did? What was it about? She would tell me she complained about me to her friends or parents or something. So, yeah. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo. Fuck.
Oh, wow. We should get our warning out and then keep moving. That was probably a scouting party. Here it is. Okay. The signal's really weak. Well, let's give it a try.
No, you shouldn't abstain from
come
voting
in.
because there's no
White
vegan
Forest, do you
politicians.
read?
Stupidest fucking thing I've ever heard.
Do you read?
This is White Forest. Identify yourself.
This is
Alex? Alex Vance? Where are you? I expected you hours ago.
Well, we had a bit of a setback.
Don't you understand the gravity of the situation? The survival of Earth depends on the data you
Yes, I know. But the Combine, they're heading your way.
What? What's that? What? You're heading our way? Well, I should hope so.
No, not us.
What was that?
The Combine.
You're
have to
breaking
get
up,
ready.
Alex. What? What?
Crap. I wonder if we got any of that. Let's get back on the road. Here, let me open the gate. Let's keep going. See if we can pick up the road somewhere ahead.
Fuck.
Hey, I know that peak. You can see it from White Forest.
Dodo Donny Tillers, has she spoken to you again since she tried getting money from me like 2 months ago? Also, what's the next step for the divorce? Oh, do you have to see her again at some point? Handle that? Are you gonna keep us updated or make a video? Or do we need to just probe?
We're heading
You'll
the right way.
find out soon enough, Dodo. Don't worry. Thanks for the donation, dude.
Look! It's one of those advisor pods. Back in the Citadel, those things we saw.
There's gotta be an advisor nearby.
There it is again.
Definitely nearby.
There's an advisor around here someplace. Looks like we weren't the first to find this place. her advisor. The board said we should kill them before they hatch. Ah, life support. What do you say, Gordon? Shall we pull the plug? Sorry about this.
Do you believe South Asians have bad athletic genetics? How many of them have won
Maybe I can
Olympic
get this
gold
open.
medals?
There we go. Over to you, Gordon. Whoa! No! Oh my god!
Fucking bitch. Get fucked. You fucking insect.
Oh my god. Gordon. Thank God you're all right. That thing was hurt. Did you see it? I can only imagine what it would have done if... Uh-oh.
Autonomous units subsumed.
Sounds like it called its friends.
Without tenets of adversarial assistance.
Soldiers!
Level adjustment. Probe. Expunge.
Oh, sweet.
We gotta get out of here.
Demon Cunt donate $2, please watch. Let me see.
I don't know if I've said this on the internet yet, but you know,
I didn't want to say it.
Yep, I named my daughter Emery. So, you want to talk about brotherhood? I would not have a family if it weren't for you two. I would not be able to see it the way I see it, and I really want to find a way to make fun of you or call you a name, but I can't. So, I do know that if I die today, the children.
Well, they're gay. Confirmed. That is very, very gay. Thanks for the donation, Demon
Let's
Cunt.
get to the car.
Fuck. Fuck. Jasmine, donate $2, you missed my donation, N-word. If you make a video talking about me, I will tell everyone all the horrible things you did. Get you taken off YouTube, but also make the divorce as difficult and annoying as possible for you. Yeah, alright, sure. That's a cool story. Thanks for the donation, dude.
Let's get out of here.
Where is out of here? Oh. Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. Eh. Figured.
Oh, crap! We may have to ditch the car.
This way. Since you brought that chopper in on your tail, you want to maybe help us take it down?
Oh, with pleasure.
Take it down!
Fuck.
Return to sender!
Get fucked.
Hey, over here!
Hell yeah.
Boy, are we glad to see you guys.
Whoa. That was amazing. The way you threw their minds right back at them.
Dodo Tillers, would you rather live with John Venus' wife for 1 year, Jasmine for 3 years? I guess Jasmine for 3 years because she doesn't have kids. Also, fuck, marry, kill Jasmine, John Venus, her wife. Greta Thunberg, also VG, it's pronounced Thunberg. Fuck, marry, kill. I guess That's a tough one. There's no right answer to that. I think they're all equally right, no matter what you choose. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Well, I could sure use a drink. Who's with me?
We need to get back on the road, but our engine's shot to hell. I don't suppose you got any tools for working on cars.
Tools? Got a whole shop over here. Come on, we'll get you set up.
You weren't kidding. We'll be back on the road in no time.
Well, that could be a problem. You hear that auto gun going off out there? We normally run supplies out of the White Forest base, but a few days ago the Combine cut off access.
What do you think, Gordon? Maybe while I'm getting the car fixed up, you can see about clearing up that roadblock.
All the fresh zombies coming out of City 17 have kept them pinned down. It's just a matter of time till the troops start pushing this way. If you think you're up to it, we'll let you out there.
He's always up for it. Right, Gordon?
We got a trap door up here where I can let you over to the other side. That way you'll get to see the gun before it sees you.
Greta Thunberg's such a dumb bitch. Dodo Donate Tellers, at least Greta and Jasmine are vegan and don't have kids, so probably one of those marry and then kill John Venus' wife, whatever the fuck her name is. Maybe you can convert Greta to Judaism and enlighten her. She also has hobbies, clearly, and probably gets paid well. I don't think she makes any money, dude. I don't see her rolling around in a fucking Lamborghini or, I don't know, electric car. She's just stupid. I've never heard of Ian Gary. I don't know who that is. No idea if he's vegan or not. Fuck. Ah, god damn it. Some of these key bindings I made might have been less than oh shit. Oh. Hell yeah.
Hey, Gordon, the car's ready. Come on back and we'll get going.
Clearing out the yard, Freeman.
Come on, Gordon, get in. Not only did they help me fix the car, they threw in a bonus.
Special this week only. It's like an onboard radar for you guys. Picks up little beacon jobbers like this one here. We've hidden a bunch of these things out there in the field to signal emergency stashes. So keep an eye out. When you see your dashboard light up, you're gonna want to stop and investigate.
I'll fill you in on the road, Gordon. Thanks again, you guys.
No need to thank me.
Going off, Gordon. Stop the car, Gordon. According to the radar, it looks like there's a supply cache here.
Like.
Cleared up that little problem.
I might date again. I don't know.
There goes the radar. I'll keep watch out here if you want to look inside for the cache.
I had a dream come true tonight and wanted to share with you guys. I don't think you'll get a copyright warning on this as long you don't play the Who verse.
Now, Mr. Lewis, I'm going to ask you a question, and I need you to answer it in the same manner that I asked you. You got that? Okay. My question is this. You got to get it. I believe you got it. Listen.
Oh shit, he know it.
Oh, dude, I should have done this and had the most monotone ass voice imaginable.
That's what I'm talking about. All right, well, we're going to let you sing the first verse to this song. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. Sunshine.
Alright, well that's cool. Looks like you had fun. Thanks for the donation, Animal Liberation. Hell yeah. That's what I'm talking about.
Rocket launcher. That'll come in handy.
Do you think World War III will arise in Pakistan and India? I heard that India is gonna clap back at Pakistan. Why can't we primates just learn to get along and throw the religions in the dumpster? All hail evolution, science, and education. Oh silly silly primates.
Fuck. I think that's asking for a little too much. No, World War III isn't gonna start because of Pakistan and India. Nobody cares about them. Thanks for the donation though, dude.
All right. Ah, you found it. We'd never have known this was here without the beacon. Just the zombies want their stuff back. stay with the car.
Damn it. Hurt myself. I've had just as many threesomes as Blaha, which would be 0.
This could be Combine handiwork. Hard to be sure. There's so many ways to die out here. No, I'm not worried about cat scratch fever. Saw somebody moving out there. Oh, is that Alex? Guess that was Alex. Oh, this place must have been nice once. I wonder how long it's been since anyone stayed here.
Yes, I got the recliner because I suffered from uncomfortable chair syndrome. And this recliner fixed that syndrome.
It's a trap! Jordan, come on, get inside! Take him out! We're surrounded!
Fuck.
Listen. They're talking about us. It's too much. Let's get moving before they send more.
Fuck. Wait, oh, do we have to go back out?
Well, let's find the power supply.
Yeah,
for this
the
force
power
field.
supply.
There's the power source for the shields. Huh. They haven't skimped on security either.
Dodo Nutilers, do you support India or Pakistan? India.
You do admit, sir, that Pakistan has had a long history of backing and supporting and training and funding these terrorist organizations.
Well, we have been doing this dirty work for the United States for about 3 decades, you know, and West, including Britain.
Continuing with its role as a responsible country, Pakistan is open to participate in any neutral, transparent, and credible investigation.
लोग आपके सामने खड़े हो गए हैं, मुजाहरे हो रहे हैं, तो अगर आपने इस गलतफहमी में ये समझा कि मैं पाकिस्तान के ऊपर कोई एक्शन लेके अपना हिंदू बेस को ऊपर लेके आऊंगा, मोदी इस गलतफहमी में ना रहना, ये आपकी आखिरी गलती होगी।
अगर आप ये समझते हैं कि आप पाकिस्तान के ऊपर कुछ किसी को सोचेगा नहीं।
I don't know what the fuck he's saying. This won't cause World War III. Nobody cares about India and Pakistan. Famous last words. Also, Sv3rige, I tend to support India, but they are overreacting, and Indian secularism has been eroded recently. Pakistan has caused problems for India for fucking ever. This isn't really an overreaction. It's kind of like, October 7th. So Hamas has been a problem for Israel for a long time. They keep causing problems, and it's like enough is enough sort of moment. Thanks for the donation though, Dodo.
Let me see if I can disable the shields and get you closer to the reactor. Okay, it looks like I can open them from here, but I won't be able to come in with you. Here goes. Sorry, Gordon. This thing's fried. Since I can't help you in there, why don't I stand watch outside while you disable the power cell? We've had enough surprises for one day.
Jerry Ann Ryder convinced Richard to get
There we go, finally.
That should have done it. Let's go see if the force field's down. Let's hope there's no more Combine between here and White Forest. Look out below! Woohoo! Yeah! What's that? Something on the radar. Do you mind if I wait in the car?
Fuck. Fuck. Ow.
sound good. Over there. I see an antenna. Huh, I think that's White Forest. Well, we're close enough to make it the rest of the way on foot if we have to.
Hey, dog. Hell yeah, die, bitch. Yay, dog's okay. Dog.
Dog, are you all right? Wake up, dog. Please. You're all right.
Hi VG. I really hope that you are doing great tonight. So, check out this new study showing poultry intake above 300 grams per week was associated with increased all-cause mortality risk and gastrointestinal cancer risk.
Epic questionnaire. This isn't, like, particularly strong evidence. But, I mean, like... We all know the, meat isn't good for you. Thanks for the donation, Ben.
You had me worried there. Everything working all right? Good.
You all right down there?
We're fine.
Is dog okay?
Better now.
We've been waiting for you. Just follow the stream, then head up the other side. White Forest is right there. You can't miss it.
All right. Thanks. Okay, let's go. Come on, Gordon. Get the car and we'll challenge Dog to a race. Good boy. Looks like we need your help again. Would you mind? Way to go, boy! Okay, Dog. Race you to the base. Step on it, Gordon.
I took a wrong turn. I don't think dust has calories.
We had a feeling you were close when we saw a dog take off like that.
I was never so glad to see him, believe me. Well, Gordon, White Forest. We made it. Safe at last.
I love Dr. Freeman. About time, too.
Okay.
Alex, Dr. Free.
Think that'll be it for tonight. That was fun. But big thanks to everybody who donated on Streamlabs. Really appreciate it. And Stream Elements. I guess tomorrow we will probably just rely on Streamlabs because it seems to be working. But thanks again, everybody. Should be on tomorrow night, and I'll probably be on earlier, like between 6 and 8, like a normal kind of time. But nighty-night, everybody. Sweet dreams.